Lion, sounds like you need to go hug some trees, man.
No, I was never a tree hugger. I mean, actually, looking back at my life, when I was real young, I want to say I was like 13 or 14, maybe a little older. I ended up there was a tree in my backyard that I was climbing around. It was a small tree, nothing big, and the branch actually broke on it, and I felt bad. And I taped it back together with duct tape, see if it would survive. I don't think it survived though. The duct tape didn't.
Aw.
Yeah, it didn't work.
Yeah.
But that's the only tree hugging tendencies I ever had, though. I chop down trees all the time for work. Hilarious. Part of me understands that we have to cut trees down. You know, it's a story of life. It's part of um, our infrastructure. Wood.
Hey, just giving Earth a shave.
I've had people yell at me, come from different properties, like 6, 7 houses over. What are you doing to that tree? Why are you cutting that tree? What's the name of your I mean, I'm calling the police. I mean, there's a lot of guys like that, man. And then you cut the tree and you show them the hollow in the tree, and there wasn't nothing but the outside of the flesh holding that tree up. So, yeah, people go
Ooh.
crazy, man.
You're doing a service. The guy was all upset and offended. He could have killed somebody, down the line. But yeah, people are ignorant. It's just the way of life. I seen a documentary on the redwoods in California, near Bohemian Grove, and it's counterintuitive, but yeah, some of these redwood trees are humongous, but it's my belief that they actually grew a lot faster than we give them. Like they pushed the time frame. Like we were talking about this last week or 2 weeks ago. Somebody said that you probably have 5,000 trees still alive today, or maybe 10,000. Some numbers are being thrown around between 5 and 10,000, and I just don't see that. I think all the trees that we see on Earth today are a couple thousand years old at best, in my opinion. But that anyway. So the one guy was saying he's an expert in just the redwoods, and he's saying that if you chop them down, 4 will grow in its place. It's almost like they're meant to be chopped down. And this whole idea that we're killing the redwoods, like there is some truth to that, but there's a way to sustainably harvest these redwood trees, and it's actually beneficial for the habitat. But I don't know.
Yeah, just think
Well,
about this. Go ahead, Kelly.
Go ahead. Okay. Thank you. I heard when I was visiting there, maybe it's a type of redwood because I think there's like 2 or 3, and for the cones to open, they need to be extremely hot, so they'd have to have a fire. That's what I learned, at least. Go ahead, North.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, if when people see trees, like let's say an oak tree, um, let's say the oak tree is 12 foot around, chest high, right? So how old do you think that tree could be? I mean, if people would just guess, whoever wants to answer, you could answer. If not, it's cool. But just think about that for a minute and tell me what number you come up with, and I'll let you know if you're on track or not.
What's the dimensions again?
Let's say you go up chest high, like you're standing on the ground, and chest high, just measure around the tree. Let's say the tree is 12 foot around. What the 12 foot is the circumference. So how old do you think that tree is?
Oh, like 200 years old? Total guess. I don't know.
What
What type of tree are we talking about?
An oak tree. And
Oak tree?
you're closer, Kelly, than most people are. Most people are like, that tree's like 600 years old, 700. It might be 1,000 years old, and I'm like, nah,
No.
it's surely not that old.
50 to 75 max.
That's more like it.
Yeah, they don't live that long either. I mean, they can hollow out from the inside, and depending on where they are, what kind of soil they're in.
There's so many variables that people don't realize. Like even when they do ice cores in Antarctica, right, or the Arctic, they're like, oh well, because of these ice cores, we know that 200,000 years ago there was this much oxygen. It's like, well, how do you know that? You know, it's a lot of guessing. Accumulation of snowfall. When was the last ice age? Like all these numbers that these people throw out, dude, are all guesses, estimated guesses.
So North, what would you say that the average oak tree that's 12 feet around at chest height, what would you say the average age of that tree would be, in your opinion?
One that size about a year ago, and I was trying to count the rings, and I think it was maybe 100 or a little bit over 100.
Okay,
100
it's
years
right around
old.
100.
Yeah.
I mean, 12 feet around is it's a big tree.
Yeah, let's say the bobcat had problems lifting some of that wood.
Wow, yeah, that's big.
There's some oak trees on the property we stay on, and none of them are that large, but they're already dying though. Cause I don't really know why, but my theory is that their roots can only go down so far because there's like this really thick rock layer of limestone, which can easily be, you know, broken up. But there's something on the property that's killing like lots of trees and stuff. They just don't look real healthy. And the guy that owns the property is obsessed with trees. Like he'll go out and buy a beautiful bur oak for $2,000 to $3,000 and have it planted. But he likes trees. I don't know.
Just don't plant magnolia trees and things of that nature, like a foot to a foot and a half away from your house. Please, please don't do that. And then call me later to cut it down.
Why did that happen? It
All
sounds
the
like
time.
somebody did that.
All the time. Yeah, I mean, people plant their trees right up under power lines. People plant them a foot away from the house with their little, hedge or their flowers. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, so there was some mature palms, which are much easier to take care of, much easier to manage close to a home. But in the house I'm living at, when we got gutters put on, there is a palm that is so close to the house that the gutter has to be bent in to be able to fit. That's how close it is, the trunk of the palm.
Yeah, I was taking some oak limbs off of a roof today. And I show them the shingles and how, the limb, when the wind blows, just rubs and rubs and rubs on the roof. Yeah, it's weird, man. They'll get you to come look at a tree, and then they won't call you back till you actually cut it down until they put a brand new fence right up under it. Builders will go in and build a house, and they'll use the tree as like part of their scaffolding and leave the tree right there, and then you have to go cut it after the house is built. It's ridiculous.
The oldest living tree and the tallest tree in the world. That'd be an interesting find. Apparently, one's in California, but who knows?
Yeah, what about in the Amazon? Oh, people explored all of that yet? I bet there's some old trees over there. Things probably grow quite quickly though, because of the humidity and the rain. Conditions are good for tree growing. I don't know.
I guess the oldest living tree is called Methuselah. That's hilarious. Nah, it's actually between Prometheus and Methuselah. That's funny. Yeah, I put some images. No, it was cut down. Prometheus was cut down in 1964. It claimed to be 4,900 years old. Doesn't even look that big.
Does it say? Did they use it for anything?
I didn't read all of it, but
Okay. What?
he cut it down for scientific reasons. He counted 4,862 rings and estimated the tree was more than 4,900 years old. The stump Curry used to count the rings was not taken from the very bottom of the tree, so the tree was certainly older than 4,862 years. That's what they say. I don't know.
What's the mythology story of Prometheus? Isn't he the one that stole fire or something?
I'm not sure. I forget about Greek mythology. It's been a long time, but he's definitely, obviously, god of the sea, according to the Greek mythos. Pretty sure. Let me see.
Yeah, I'm just wondering because I find it interesting that may be like. Oh, there's a full U-turn here. It's just interesting that there's some sort of god or ancient god attached to the name of a tree that might, let's say, could have possibly been the oldest tree that has been here since close to creation or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm. This is talking about pre-flood myths, bro. Prometheus, the son of Lapetus, was a quick-witted Greek titan. So the fact that he was a titan would have made him a demigod. So he was part human, part angel. It says here, Greek titan who sided with the Olympians in their war against his titan brethren.
It says that he stands for human progress against the forces of nature. Interesting. Oh yeah, he stole fire to give back to mankind. He was chained to a rock in Greek mythology in the Caucasus Mountains, and every day an eagle came and ate part of his liver. Each night his liver would regrow, which meant he had to endure his punishment for eternity. Oh, that's terrible. Interesting.
Inflated Prometheus with Poseidon. I just remember Poseidon's the god of the ocean.
Yeah, I was wondering, the whole sea thing seemed incorrect. But yeah, I want to say Prometheus is the one that, if you've ever been to New York City and Rockefeller Center, where they put up the ice rink during Christmas, and they have the Christmas tree at Rockefeller Center. There's a huge statue of Prometheus there, as well as Atlas is around that complex, but down within that area where they have the ice rink, there's a statue kind of thing of Prometheus holding fire.
But yeah, there's definitely some truth to these Greek myths because like you can build a case that there was like a thermal war before the flood. Like there was definitely technology, probably high technology, and that these titans were at war with each other. And there was chariots of fire. There was all kinds of stuff. The Vedas talk about it. The Greeks talk about it. Enoch talks about it, but that's about it in the Hebrew understanding. But either way, all these cultures talk about like these Vimanas and these wars that occurred with the Vajra. Ancient aliens kind of reduces everything to extraterrestrials, or what do they call them? Like the ancient astronaut theory, or whatever you want to call it. There's a name for it.
You talking some ancient alien stuff? Is that what you're talking about?
Nah, I mean, I despise that show because there's so much propaganda, but they do, they have some thought-provoking content.
Sure, yeah. I mean, they've been able to manage having that show on for like a decade or more.
For real.
You know, anyone that used to like that show should watch Chris White, Ancient Aliens Debunked. It's about 3 hours long on YouTube. It's dope as fuck. It goes through all the shit. Absolutely thoroughly wrecks Ancient Aliens.
Yeah, I mean, when that first came out, I was like, this is interesting. Then after watching it, it was like, After a few years of it, it's like, a lot of this stuff they're stretching some shit for sure.
And the Ancient Aliens. That's real.
Wait, we weren't seeded by an alien race? No?
Seriously, that's
every
like their main
little
thing.
paranormal thing, and to make an episode about it. You take Leonardo da Vinci, like Leonardo da Vinci, maybe aliens? I don't know. They're terrible with it.
But it just makes perfect sense, since the universe is billions of years old and there's so many other planets out there. There must be life on all of the other ones. So why wouldn't it stand to reason that one of those planets, somebody came from there and seeded life here? Makes sense to me.
Doesn't make any sense. There's no evidence of life on any other planets.
I know, like rats on Mars and shit. Like, it's crazy, bro. I heard we even put a helicopter on Mars.
Wow.
Found
I'm a
evidence
believer.
of
They found evidence of what? Water?
No, I
Amoebas?
would say it wouldn't. It doesn't make sense because there hasn't been any evidence of life on other planets found.
Oh, I thought somebody found a
So
virus. Bacteria. They found bacteria.
Who?
They.
they,
They.
the proverbial
Who's
they
they?
found it, Jace.
I know this they is referred to a lot, and I've always wondered who they
Right?
are.
I don't know, but they seem to get a lot of articles on the internet, and you know, seem
What's
to be
the
very highly influential to the people around me who tell me stories about, I don't know, life on Mars, bacteria, possible water, a helicopter, all kinds of shit, bro.
What about the Fermi
yeah? But
paradox?
it's like it's like the boogeyman. This they thing, right? It's like this thing people have made up, right? There's
Yeah.
no names. There's no like specific scientists or politicians or world
They who
leaders or
shall not be
whatever.
named. They who seem to have control of the zeitgeist. They.
Yeah, it's like the boogeyman.
They.
Yeah, man, there's no corruption, Jace. None at all. It's all above board. Boogeyman, indeed. It's all just a story. Back to sleep.
Well, it's not the words in my mouth. No, I didn't say there's no corruption. I said, right, this they is referred to a lot, and I've tried to suss out who exactly they is many a times, but it doesn't seem to be anyone at all. It's the boogeyman. It's who this they is.
Yeah, that's right. No corruption whatsoever. No one at all is. Yep, you're right, man. Totally. We're just spinning our wheels.
That helps you sleep, brother.
Yeah, I
Well, if
mean,
we're
it's like.
talking about the they, if we're talking about the they that are, if we're talking about the they that are, you know, calling the shots and, you know, doing all this shady shit. I mean, I would have to assume it's people like the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, you know, the 13 families. You also have the Bohemian Grove people, the Bilderberg Group, right? Probably something
No,
along that
no,
line.
those are just boogeymen. They don't even exist, man. None of
Dude,
that's real.
Conspiracy
Jace,
theorists.
Yeah,
Jace
you're
has
just a conspiracy theorist.
Jace, you already vetted all those groups, right? And it's not them.
No, it could be them. What is their involvement in politics and science?
I mean, Rockefellers have had very little influence on what takes place in this country, I'm pretty sure.
What
So
Gio just posted. That's so funny,
probably
man. She's a lizard.
It's the lizard people.
lizard
I would
people.
just say there's the people from the Bohemian Grove, the Bilderberg Group, the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers. You know, there's 13 families. There's probably some of those that are calling the shots. Something along that lines. What do you think? Think that's feasible? Now
Sure.
that we may have identified who the they is. Lots of evidence for who the they are.
So where's that boogeyman you were talking about again? You kind of went quiet there, Jay.
Yeah. Interesting to talk about.
They got him!
Well, what is their involvement, right? Say with like science, so like biochemists, and astronomers, and NASA. things like that. What positions? Who's holding what positions in those groups? How are they influencing us in our results?
For the stuff you do with Big Pharma, something like that, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, the
Yeah, I
average
mean,
don't it?
they would obviously, want to be known who they are, right? So I'm sure it's probably a patch that they wear on their sleeve that says like I'm a part of they, and they probably broadcast it all the time.
They got patches.
I mean, you're claiming to have figured it out, so it can't be that secretive.
I didn't say I got it all figured out. I said
Who
we
claimed
have a
that?
lot of clues and evidence as to who they are.
Well, actually, you just go to our Google and you type in "who are they," and it just gives you all the information: phone numbers, addresses, pictures, everything's just right there.
Yeah.
Nice.
They show you the pictures of the guys sitting behind the computers faking all the NASA stuff. Yeah, man, you just type it in.
Jace, do you think that there's people that have information that they choose to keep to themselves?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, that's a healthy start there. Okay, good.
Yeah, but right where I don't agree is with what Gio just said, that there's these people that are smarter than the astrophysicists and astronomers, rocket scientists that are sitting behind the computers faking this stuff, and none of the rocket scientists and astrophysicists can figure it out. They're being fooled by these they. That's a ridiculous assertion.
You're right.
Is
No one's
that
claiming
what Gio just said, or is that
Yeah.
like a ginormous straw man that you just constructed there?
No, he said that it's the people sitting behind the NASA computer faking.
No, he was making a joke. He was being sarcastic, brother.
Yeah, it sounds like a fear of
So
yours.
now you're not going to have the courage to stand behind.
Well,
these claims.
You are kind of saying what I said, but not really, because you said something about smarter than what I said. I made a joke because you're saying who are these they, boogeyman, etc. I made a joke saying, yeah, just go to Google, type it in, who are they, and you're just going to get all the phone numbers and email addresses, everything's right. So I was joking with that joke, and then I also jokingly threw in, they're going to show you pictures of the guys sitting behind the computers. That was the extent of what I said. It was just that idea that they're just going to tell you exactly what they're doing, and etc. So I was commenting on that. You then kind of did strawman it though and tried to say that something about smarter than and fooling all this. I mean, that's a separate component. Like if there's guys sitting behind computers faking images, then yes, on one level, what you said, even though it's not what I said, but what you said. Now, whether you say they're smarter than others, that's kind of a different question. Whether their intelligence level, they may even have a lower intelligence than certain other people, but they yes, on that level, there's foolery going on in terms of the deception part of it, and there's more to unpack there. But yeah, it seems like you did strawman part of it because it's not quite what I said.
There's only a few options, right? It's either say for the case of NASA, it's either the rocket scientists are either in on it,
What else, babe?
or they're there's someone else deceiving them somehow, or they're other more wild claims.
Yeah,
but those
so there
are
were
really the two options.
Yeah, so there's going to be individuals that are in on it. Obviously, any deception, any criminal organization is going to have folks that know what's going on and then folks that don't know what's going on. Someone like an astrophysicist, since you mentioned that, I mean, Chronic is, claims to be a PhD astrophysicist, and there's others we've talked to and I've talked to throughout my life, and also on this live stream as well that we've talked to. And I don't want to speak for any of those individuals, so I'm not, I'm not going to, when I say the next thing I'm going to say, I'm not going to say this guy said this, although many of them have said similar things, which is that they don't have any way to validate a lot of the information they're getting, but they believe it and trust it. So I've talked to Chronic, whether space is real or space is fake. I guess I will mention Chronic, whether space is real or space is fake on this live stream. And when we've gone deep all into it, he can't come up with anything that says I'm 100% it's real. Meaning he does not know for sure. Now he may say he knows that his thing is 100, but I'm saying he doesn't have any way to actually prove it to us or anyone else. Meaning a lot of the data he's getting, he admits he doesn't have any way to know for sure whether that data is actually coming from those telescopes, especially when it comes to like NASA and these other, you know, telescopes that are you know, not able to be validated and verified. So in terms of of that level of the deception of it, they don't have to do very much in a way, meaning they're selling certain information that's propagandized based within a model that has a lot of finances behind it. A lot of those astrophysicists are taking a lot of those axioms as true through belief, and then they're working with some things that are real, like real equipment and certain telescopes and certain things. So it's a mixed bag. So yes, an astrophysicist can absolutely be deceived that the Earth is a globe when it's not a globe. And they can be fully deceived while also being a professional astrophysicist because they're not actually doing anything scientific related to that. They're being given data and doing various like ancillary observational things and being paid for it.
Yeah, I mean, I could easily see a scenario where it's like, okay, data visualizers, come up with a whole bunch of interesting stuff based on what we gathered with this large telescope. All right, cool. All right, now that information gets sent to a group of people that are, all right, now you're tasked with trying to determine the distance to these objects based on the luminosity that you're getting from this picture right here. All right, cool. They put together their data. That data gets sent to somewhere. They don't know. They're thinking it's just either test data or proper data. Either way, it doesn't matter. That data goes off to somebody. Somebody gets that. Oh, hey, take this data. This data is from X, Y, and Z. Turn this into, you know, whatever you want. And you could just have this constant loop of a bunch of people doing a bunch of small tasks where they see stuff come into them, don't know necessarily where it came from, and then they give information back out, don't necessarily know exactly where it's going to. And as you continue that cycle around, you could easily put together this whole, we're feeding data into a computer system for a test run. Somebody on the other side thinks it's a live run, you know, all this kind of stuff where it's easily able to be compartmentalized, where you wouldn't need thousands upon thousands of people, quote unquote, being in on it, every single step of the way.
Yeah, people are easily fooled, clearly. And also, you've got, you know, if you make up the story, then you can just say other stuff about the story, and if it conforms with the first story, then the story works with the story, then the story works, then the story's true all of a sudden. And then you just pass this reified, quote unquote, true story around, and you call it science.
Yeah, and in that way, it can end up being, in a sense, like harvesting people. They're like deceiving them, and then harvesting their work in a particular field that they want that work done in, whether it's juices that are injected into you or other things with astrophysics, whatever it may be. They're using people on the ground to do research and to try to advance things while they're actually the ones controlling wherever that ends up going. You know, like in the medical field, big pharma, the actual companies that make that stuff, whoever is engineering and doing the things on the ground is in a way, like if there's deception going on, like even with an astrophysicist, etc., like any of these fields, then since they're being deceived, they're not necessarily doing what they even think they're doing in some cases. Like they're not even doing that thing at all, but they are doing something that is fueling something forward. Like in terms of astrophysicists, they are doing observations and you know, mapping positions of things. So that part of it is accurate, but the interpretation of what it is could be where the deception is. So they're like harvesting people, like deceiving them, and then kind of still getting their engineering or their, you know, their mind, their intelligence and their work. They're getting all that. So like I see it like they're harvesting, like even within NASA, like, yeah, I don't think they're going to space at all, but all those engineers are engineering real things that can have usefulness in different fields, different industries.
Right. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying in different industries. I was done. Yeah, I was just saying that, yeah, that all that engineering is still being put to some profit gaining, result, even though they're not actually going to space.
Yeah, man. So they could, I mean, a guy could work his whole life trying to be a NASA engineer and get to the spot where he's making something for a rocket. He's making a bunch of bolts and nuts and whatever that quote unquote keep astronauts safe and this, that, and the other. And he's convinced that he's got an important job that helps this entire process, helps people go to space and stuff. But just because someone told him the lug nut he's screwing in every day is part of a rocket that goes to outer space doesn't mean it does. It just means that's what they told him. And yes, he's making real stuff. Those are real bolts he's screwing on with a real wrench, but it's not going to space, and that's the big difference. He's gonna tell his family, right? He'll go home, say, family be like, "Yo, how was your day?" He's like, "Well, I actually put on more rivets today than I've ever put on. Those astronauts are gonna be extra safe." Like, as heartbreaking as it is to hear someone believe something like that, he's got a real task and he's making real money for his real family. So that, I guess I know what I'm trying to say with that. That's going on.
Yeah, you could say it's like a silver lining that people are putting food on the table for their families, in that way. And they did launch, I mean, that Saturn V, for example, the idea like, I know someone who worked on the Saturn V. Like, yeah, that was a thing that they built, and it definitely launched up into the sky. Where did it go is another question. Did it shoot off, out of this world into a vacuum and go to the moon, or did it just go up and then come down the way what goes up must come down, and it came back to the ocean or wherever it landed? So in that sense, they did build a rocket. It's just like there's a part of that journey of that rocket that the builders had nothing to do with. Meaning after it launched up off the ground and went out of view, that was it. The only thing they could get at that point is what the authorities tell them, like NASA, in terms of the other images or photos or whatever it may be of where they claim that rocket went, and even to the point of claiming that there's men on the moon. So yeah, they built a real rocket that went up, and that it did that engineering feat, but did it actually do what they said it did? That's the part where they hand it off, and the actual engineers who built it, if the compartmentalization is the case in this way, to the point to where they don't actually know the validation of anything beyond that point.
What if even in the control room where people are watching the live feed and there's a point where it cuts off, right? And then what if they have a video on standby and these people like start playing the video, and the people that are in the control room now actually think they're watching the rocket that just went up, they just saw launch, is in space, but I mean it's just all fake. Do you think they even do that? I have no idea.
Yeah, well, Gene Kranz, who was the head of mission control for NASA during the moon landings, his name is Gene Kranz. He's there's a documentary. It's not like a moon hoax. It's not a moon landing hoax documentary. It's actually like a mainstream, celebrating that we went to the moon type of documentary. And it was on TV and everything. It's, anyways, and in that he says that they had no way to know whether it was a simulation or whether it was the real thing. Meaning the data they were getting in mission control was indistinguishable from the test runs that they did, the simulations that they did. So and that's Gene Kranz, the actual head of the entire mission control of NASA during the moon landings. Now, one could say, okay, was he lying? You could get into all that, but I mean, that's like a mainstream guy literally saying that they didn't know a way to tell the difference. And because they're getting like telemetry data, they're getting data, and then like you said, when they did put up that image of it, they're just seeing essentially a projector screen, And the way that they actually did that, it was like double. Yeah, that's a whole interesting thing too. Is that it was like a video of another video projected onto a projector screen. It was like there was like several layers to it deep. So yeah, I mean those guys were in mission control. They're seeing this like projector screen of it's like what they showed is like a video through another video. So it was 2 layers deep. So they weren't even watching the original footage. They were watching the footage of another camera pointing at another screen showing the footage. So yeah, they saw that while getting the data, the simulation
Wow.
data that was indistinguishable.
I admire the dedication.
To me, it just doesn't sound very realistic. And nonetheless, when you factor in, some of the other fields that were involved, but just for now, particularly the engineers and the rocket scientists or physicists that were working on it, like the people looking at the telemetry data, like you think the person who wrote the programs or the group, the multiple people who wrote the programs, didn't like look at it and verify that it was like real and not somebody else just input, like they wouldn't be able to catch that. And then like the engineers, like they're building all this stuff that they're testing in these conditions, but they're not sending it to the conditions. Seems kind of wasteful. And like, how are you going to fool them on that? Like, they are the ones that are aware of what the data should look like, right? Like, if you're sending them made up faulty data, they're going to notice that. Like, it just doesn't seem realistic.
At the end of the day, I could only speculate, but to respond to that, I could only speculate because I wasn't there. I wasn't in their back rooms. I don't have the passwords to anything to see their server systems or anything, especially if you're talking the moon landing, that many years ago. So I don't have any of that proof. But if I was to speculate, the thing is that there's multiple different parts of NASA. Now, the part that is receiving the signals from the quote unquote spacecraft out in space, or the signal from the moon when they were talking to the president or whatever, there's that part of NASA, of the telecommunications industry, that is, or that part of it, of the military, that is going to be claiming to be the receiving those signals. Those signals then get put through who knows what different systems to the point to where they end up at mission control. And like I said, Gene Kranz, the guy running the entire mission control for the moon landing, because when they did simulations, they're sent data to their computers and to their systems. Meaning, when you're in mission control, you're not up in space. You're not anything like that. You are just sitting in front of a computer looking at data, basically. And so, whatever is sending them that data is what would have to be looked into as to the authenticity of it. And the fact that they could send simulation data to mission control and they could all think it's real. And they're like planning, okay, do a little thruster over here, do this. And they're doing all their tasks, but it's 100% a simulation. Now, when the real thing happened, the idea is that they were flipping to real mode, that they were not going to be in simulation mode. They're going to be in real mode now. Now they're getting real data from this spacecraft and they're going to be sending it to the people real time. But how do we know that that data was not just simulation data? Now, and what I'm saying is that Gene Kranz, the head of mission control, himself said that they were not able to distinguish between whether it was simulation or real. So if they are admitting themselves that they don't know the difference.
Yeah, it's still debatable whether that's what he was admitting. But there's a whole publishing, right? And we're neglecting like all the knock-on effect with other fields like geology and other fields of physics that got involved afterwards. But right, there's a whole publishing aspect of the people who developed some of these technologies, like the principal investigators who are going to publish these things. Right, they're going to be damn sure that the code they developed or the part or engineering piece or whatever it is that they developed is the real deal, and they're going to be able to easily tell if they're being sent simulation data, like they're the ones who wrote the code. Right, it doesn't seem realistic. Like they would, at that point, they would have to be in on it, and then like the rest of the scientific community that would check them after would have to be extremely negligent or incompetent to not pick it up. It's not just like mission. I don't really care about mission control. There's actual scientists who like published stuff about the parts they developed and the code they developed and its applicability and its technological feats and its compatibilities and stuff. And they needed the real data for that.
Well, you'd have to clarify what you mean, because you're saying that, like, dude, there's always going to be an intermediary between. Okay, let's say space was real. Let's say it absolutely was real. Okay, there's going to be a communication point that whatever communication comes from space is going to come to. There's going to be servers, computer system, passwords, whatever that may be, that you and I cannot access, obviously, and whoever's in NASA can access. It's coming through the government, literally coming through NASA in terms of those. Now you can get into like SpaceX and Blue Origin and some of these other claims and ideas and whatnot. But if we're talking about like the most of the stuff, well, especially going to the moon, obviously NASA is the only one, and the other space agencies, etc. But my point is that there's going to be some mainframe that data is, if it was real, is coming in from and then being sent to everyone else who's here on Earth, because those scientists and those engineers, they haven't been to space, never. So
yeah, they had to. That's not what I'm saying. Right, I'll give two examples. Right, say a group developed this new code to measure the velocity of the rocket as it goes. And say another group developed both the part that does something, say, on the nozzle, something very specific, and they developed the code to control that, right? And these are all intellectual property, so it's not just being shared around with a million gazillion people. It's limited to specific people because they're going to publish it, right? And so they do these missions that they would likely be the ones, right? They're getting the data first. The people who developed the code, developed the piece, developed the control mechanism, right? They're getting the direct data to verify that it's true and that it's within the capabilities or the flight parameters of the mission or whatever, right? And then they verify it, and then they send it to mission control. Like, this stuff is not done like willy-nilly, like, oh, who knows where the data's coming from, it's a big mystery. That is so unrealistic in a scientific setting to think that that's what goes on.
Was that a straw man at the end? At least from what I said, I didn't quite say that they just are. Well, what I said is that there's compartmentalization. So like what I was saying is just that the lineage of signals, like if you go from the moon, that signal has to come to the Earth. And then from Earth, it has to go into some servers, some computers, some networks, whatever it may be, to then go to engineers on the ground. You would agree with that, right? If it was real, that's how it would go?
Yeah, it would have to go from an emitter to a receiver.
Yeah, so then the engineer on the ground does not have any way to validate or verify that data is actually coming from space, or whether it's just coming from the machinations of some people behind computers that are sending them that data. Is there any way that could be delineated for an engineer on the ground?
That's my contention. I don't think engineers are that dumb. They would be able to distinguish, oh, like, this is just, right, I wrote this program, or I wrote the control mechanism, I developed the control mechanism, I built the control mechanism. I would be the one who can distinguish if this is a real event that's occurring in space, or if this is just simulated data someone is sending to me. Like, that would be extreme incompetence or negligence.
Geo, I think somebody should send him a link of, I can't remember the guy's name, maybe one of y'all can, where he's talking to the guy that's ahead of Hubble. He's doing a telephone interview with him. You know what I'm talking about? Anybody?
Well, I'm just going off my.
You're talking about Robert Bassano when he called. Yep.
Yeah. Somebody should find that interview and let this individual that's speaking listen to that, because that there is eye-opening to how ignorant some of these people may possibly be.
Yeah, like
whatever.
He was like the head of the Hubble program, and he admitted that he doesn't even know for sure whether the Hubble telescope is even up there.
if he
So
said that
can
or
you
not.
accept
But
that?
just, I don't know if he
That's what I'm
said
saying,
that
dude.
or not.
Yes, Robert Pisano. It's fairly famous in this community. If you haven't heard of it, but it happened years ago. But yeah, Robert, it was a live phone call that he recorded talking. He got through, like, he was doing these calls where he was like calling NASA and kind of seeing who he could talk to. You know, hey, can you transfer me over here? Give me an email address for this person, that person. And he ended up getting on the phone with like the lead engineer of the entire Hubble program. And if you haven't heard it, I mean, it's definitely worth a listen. It's like a piece of history at this point. And you'll hear exactly word for word what he says.
All right. I mean, sure, but that still doesn't really jive with my personal experience. I mean, that may have happened. I'm not saying it didn't, but I'd have to listen and verify it for myself. But right, like I've done studies, me and my group, on biological molecules and stuff, where we like wrote programs and developed new aspects of the study that no one else has done before. And right, no one was going to be able to fool us. Number one, we had either myself or someone was there to verify what was going on. But even so, like, no one was going to be able to fool us with the results. Like, that just seems so far fetched. Like, our group wrote the program. No one else had the tools to be able to fool us.
We're all self-funded.
Doesn't matter who was funding. It was just a standard government grant.
Well, I mean, if you're referring it to something with your own life, I mean, it depends on my response to that would be depends on what field it's in and what you are able to verify. I mean, there's different fields. So if you're talking about a totally different, something else entirely, because we were talking about outer space and the idea of, men on the moon or people floating out in a vacuum outside of, this Earth. And the data, of that validity and how an engineer, either in mission control at NASA, like we were talking about, or an engineer who developed some kind of rocketry or a rocket engine or anything that is developed, that was what the original thing was. I mean, I understand there are definitely industries that you could not simulate fake data and trick people. I would agree. If that's what you're saying, I would agree. Like, people who build trucks, let's say, big trucks, and their engineering and how to improve the communication systems within them and all that. There would be certain industries that would be tough to fool people because they have the trucks on the ground. They're running. They've got people in them driving them. They have all kinds of diagnostics and everything. So there's certain things that would be very either difficult to fake or even impossible. Just to add 1,000 trucks onto the fleet in a simulated fashion. The engineers would be able to be like, okay, yeah, that's not right. Et cetera. So there's a lot of, that's just an example I came off the top of my head. There's just a lot that it would be either impossible or very difficult to fool. But when it comes to this claim of outer space and a globe Earth and these, individuals that are in NASA and the government and the military that claim that they're going to this medium of outer space, to me, that's a whole different thing because it's not even something tangible on the ground that anyone other than the people in space can even validate. So now there's like this membrane between all the engineers and everyone here on the ground and the claims that they're actually in space and the data that they're claiming that they're picking up or gleaning from that mission. So at that point, I don't think that's the same as something tangible on the ground. Now there's a whole membrane of a dividing line between what they can actually tangibly validate or verify in any way versus just the data that they're given from that other medium of the outer space. So I think in that scenario, that's something that absolutely could be faked because no one on the ground even knows what space is like to begin with. They already are the ones, the people that are giving the data are also the ones making the claim that it exists. So like they've already simulated the whole thing. Like if the whole thing is a simulation, then people on the ground have no way to decipher whether it's real or not real in that case.
Well, yeah, but to add to that, Gio, there was this recent scandal, not scam, well, probably scam as well, in Europe involving diesel emissions. So it's funny that you used the example of cars on the ground, because even with cars on the ground, it's possible to fake data and try and get away with an advantage, right? So, I mean, this is one step removed from that, so it's obviously more possible in that scenario.
And going
Yeah, I was
back to what
thinking that.
Jace,
I was thinking that the example I said of the trucks, that's like the exact. It's like it could be faked, or yeah, that's not even one that would be impossible to fake. Yeah, because you're right. You could simulate certain, especially with GPS and all that.
and I'd have to agree with Jace on some degree that yeah, they wouldn't have the wall pulled over their eyes, but they can easily be blackmailed or bribed.
Well, it's not even necessarily either of that. That's kind of a false dichotomy as well. Is that Jim? It's the Jam, or is
Yeah, yeah.
I always get you confused with Checkmate because you're similar sounding at the voice. Which is funny because I'm English, so I should be able to tell, right? But anyway, yeah, I mean, because there could be a third option where they're kind of suspicious, but they kind of like their cushy job that pays them a lot of money and then they study long for, and they just don't ask questions, right? So that kind of isn't either on the side of fully buying into it or just lying. They're just kind of like, oh, that could be dodgy, but I really don't want to look into it because it's not convenient for my career.
Right, exactly. I better not question it, otherwise I'll be looking for a new job.
And to be honest, I would imagine that that's the largest group, is that middle group, rather than, the people on either side.
Yeah, Jace said in the text he had to run, but yeah, that's the thing though. I mean, the question is like, can any of the engineers in either mission control or in any way on the ground validate that any of that data is actually coming from outer space? Because if they can't, then it can be faked. Because if they can't validate for sure if it's real or fake, then that means that it could be faked and that they could be completely fooled. Like, in order to not know that you're being, either sent to simulation or something that isn't authentic, you would have to validate its you would have to validate its authenticity. Without being able to do that, you're on the fence at best, I would say. Like, I think it's actually.
You muted yourself, Gio.
Oh, shoot. Sorry. Thanks. Did I mute halfway through? I was just saying, I think it's very easy for them to fake space. Like, I don't think it's even difficult for them to do because of that inability for anyone else to even validate, anything that's going on in outer space. So they basically have complete control over it. And any of the data they want to claim or pictures or anything they want to claim is coming from space, they have complete control over. Like, there's no independent people that are going to be able to go check it or validate it. So it's like a perfect scenario for them to really do anything they want with it, which is why I think they've gone so bonkers with it in terms of, all these like, oh, we're discovering new planets. And I mean, they've just like gone overboard. They've just gone, yeah, in terms of so much of it because it's so easy to fake it. And
Yeah, the 96 bags of poop. They're, was that just like somebody's funny idea? I was just telling them we left 96 bags of poop on the moon. Why would you even make that story up? Like, weird.
I've heard Jeranism. I think he was kind of in somewhat speculation mode, but he was saying that he has thought about how, like, we see what we see from the ground, like the lights in the sky, as it were, and there are very specific expressions of the luminaries and the luminiferous light that we see coming from these celestial objects. So we can view that from the Earth. But the explanation they have for it in terms of the light years and all these different distances and these galaxies and the positions of these galaxies and the Lagrange points, like when the James Webb Space Telescope is out at this Lagrange point and all of that. Jeranism has mentioned the idea that all may be a simulation, meaning that they have a computer program, whatever it may be, that is an actual simulated environment, as it were, and it has all those things placed within it. Okay, this star is this many light years away, and this galaxy is and that whole part of it is literally a simulation on that level, and they then use that to kind of as the modeling for the claim of this outer space, and that it is all it's like a computer simulation of sorts that they then use to plug the data into and to kind of as the model that they're then using to get other people to kind of believe the explanations of what the light phenomenon are, while put into the actual simulated model of the light years and all of these different astrophysics, as it were, the astrophysical claim that those lights are actually in a physical medium is perhaps in some kind of a simulated coordinate system.
Makes a lot of sense. You have to have calculators and all kinds of stuff to figure out those distances. That all this came about recently. I feel like those specific distances.
Kind of wild to think of like the heliocentrism, like the whole globe model, as just a very detailed, kind of fantasized explanation of what the sky is. No, I mean, I use that word. Yeah, there's different words that could be used, but like the idea that basically that the globe and heliocentrism is like a very detailed, machination kind of conglomeration of this very intense and, in my viewpoint, deceptive explanation of what the sky is. Because at the end of the day, there's no curvature here on Earth that's being actually observed or experienced on any level. And the sky is mostly what they try to explain the globe by, like the way the sky moves and all of that. And then the idea of the light years and all of that is just this huge story about what the sky is. Like a philosophy or like a conceptual framework for why those lights glimmer above us. Whereas if you don't go with their story, then it's like, okay, I can just observe what I observe. I see those lights. I can't get to them. None of us can to go up to get a sample. So all we can do is, you can point a spectroscopy device at it. You can point a telescope, point equipment at it, but what we can actually tangibly validate is virtually nothing. So we just see the glimmering lights and we can measure some things, but beyond that, where does one's philosophy lie in terms of what that is? And the heliocentric, certainly the globe model has a huge story as to what those lights are. And I mean, yeah, I realize they claim it's real. So yeah, I mean, obviously they're claiming that's real physical reality. There's an outer space, and we're on a globe. So, I mean, they're not saying it's just a philosophy. Obviously, they're trying to claim that this is actual, the physical world, as it were, part of this, universe, as they call it.
I find that interesting that the dudes at Mission Control couldn't tell if it was a simulation or not. How the fuck are we supposed to?
Yeah, you could even argue that if the telemetry data actually existed, how they like lost all the telemetry data. That's one thing maybe that you could delineate it between a simulation or a real one. I've speculated about this because that whole thing. Oh, they lost the telemetry data. Well, why did they? Why did they do that? So if they're not, the idea that they're not actually going, why wouldn't they just pump out fake telemetry data and say, hey, this is the real data? If they were sending them that data anyways, if that telemetry data was being sent to the mission control people. But what's interesting about it, as I kind of have thought deeper about it, is that if they were to release to the public, to everyone on Earth, as it were, oh, here's all the telemetry data for us going to the moon, it could be analyzed in depth, for decades afterwards. Whereas if it is just fake simulated data, they ran it when they ran it during the moon landing. So they ran it through and the people in mission control got the data. But if it's not recorded for later analysis, then, we can't
Somebody
go back
in real time.
Yeah.
Yes, my bad, Joe. Somebody in real time, it might have looked legit, but then the further analyzation of it might have shown some kind of fuckery. You're saying?
Yeah, or something that didn't align with other data.
Yeah. Yeah. No doubt. Were you guys banging out with Newton's first law last night more? I fell asleep or something when you guys are still going over it. I had many more things to say about that.
Yeah, we went on for a good while about it.
RC Meisty came in.
We went through the second and third law too, and those laws are just, well. Anyways, I've got thoughts on it, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I have many thoughts on all Newton's laws. I have quotes from Feynman. I don't know if I have them still there in me and QE's DMs together, but quotes from Feynman, Shanker, saying that Newton's laws are incompatible with Einsteinian gravity and shit like that. We knew, all kinds of quotes, just absolutely, basically shitting all over Newton and his laws of motion. Einstein debunked the first law when Newton's first law when he said paths move in geodesics. Because according to Newton, they're supposed to move in a straight line. You heard how Zanuck said the geodesic is a straight line? That's not. Newton didn't know nothing about that. He thought things moved in actual straight lines. And even if that is the case, with this whole space-time bending thing, I mean, draw me out what a geodesic looks like. Because if you have this mass-attracting, mass-bendy space-time thing going on, you could have this thing doing zigzags all over the place. Is that what a geodesic looks like? Like say you had something moving through the solar system in their model, right? You got an asteroid. It's moving through the solar system. It gets pulled. It's getting pulled by the sun, but then it gets pulled a little bit by Jupiter, and then it gets pulled a little bit by Uranus. So it's going left, right, up, down, like all over the place. Like it's not. It's totally incompatible with with Einstein's theory of relativity. I love how that the perpetual. I hate that we got hung up on that for so long, but I mean, it's basically like perpetual motion, right? An object in motion will stay in motion. Stay meaning perpetually. The laws are supposed to be descriptions of what happens, not descriptions of shit we've never seen.
I mean, it is the same general concept, but it is a little different in the fact that they try to say like that object will just stay in motion without anything added to it or, at all. Whereas I think the idea of a perpetual motion machine is something that has some kind of physical mechanism in it that kind of keeps it moving, without any other added thing. But within its actual motion, it still has those some physical laws. So it is the same. I think there's kind of a slight delineation in that way.
Yeah, I'm not saying Newton was for perpetual motion machines. He was just for perpetual motion. Things being in motion perpetually, forever, not changing. Which is obviously everything.
Right, which is why that's why I was using the word indefinite. Yeah, like indefinite motion. But yeah, it's the same kind of idea.
Yeah, perpetual, indefinite, never changing, whatever. Yeah, I mean, you throw a ton of words at it. RC Meisty came in this morning. Talking about that plane thing.
Oh, wow.
RC What's up?
I haven't heard of Meisty in ages. How's he doing?
Seemed fine.
Sweet.
He thinks he can fly a plane in a straight line, but then he said he didn't deviate from the center line at all because he adjusts for it. I'm like, well, what are you adjusting for? If you don't go off the center line, why would you adjust? He's like, no, I'm adjusting before it happens. And he's like, well, I only go off the center line a little bit, maybe the size of my fuselage of the plane. I don't know.
To be fair to Meisty, he told me a while ago that his band played on the Warped Tour, and I was just like, yeah, you're full of shit. And then he came through. He actually did. So that's kind of cool. So I got a bit of respect for him.
Oh, no shit. That's neat.
Did you just say something about the Warped Tour? What'd you say? Well,
yeah,
he was a roadie for a band or something?
No, he was actually in a band that was on the Warped Tour.
I was too. Yeah, I played the Warped Tour twice with it doesn't, I mean, we were on a shitty stage. You got your A and B and C stage. Well, we were on I think the D stage, which was just local bands, but it was fun.
Yeah, man. Well, that's still pretty cool.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty cool for you as well, man. I mean, yeah, cool.
Yeah, and I thought Warped Tour would be around forever, right? I thought it was oh, cool, Warped Tour is going to be happening every year. But then when it stopped, they were like, oh, we're done. I'm like, no fucking way. Wait, I got to get back in the music scene real quick and play some more shows so I can get on that last Warped Tour.
Didn't the Warped Tour make tons of money? Why would they stop it?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Maybe when pop punk and Newfound Glory and Blink-182 and all those bands just started to not make near as much money. People were kind of getting bored of it. I guess maybe that's what happened. Because it was for 1 or 2 generations of people tops, right? And then after that, it's I don't know. I just don't feel like the market was going to be there forever. Who knows? Maybe they spent too much money on the tours themselves and didn't make enough. I don't know.
No, I mean, music is kind of sorry. I mean, we're probably getting massively off topic. So let's go back to the topic.
Yeah.
Because I can talk about this forever.
I can talk about that forever. Yep.
Sorry. We're talking about Mighty
No,
and planes. I'll try and restrain myself.
There you go, RC Meisty. But I forget what's he known for, Mr. Meisty? I forgot.
planes.
Is he a Glober or a flat earther?
He's a Glober.
He's a Glober. Okay.
See,
Well,
he
if you
thinks
guys,
that he's not.
sorry.
He thinks that he's not far off from that straight line distance of A to B on the ground, but he's never done that straight line distance from A to B on the ground. He's never measured it. So I don't know how the fuck he knows that he's very close to it with his plane. I don't know, because that's what we were trying to figure out, and the plane definitely doesn't do it. So I don't know.
Yeah, I heard a little bit of that discussion between Geo and Zanuck last night when they were talking about the laws of motion. And one thing I found kind of funny was Geo at one point said, we don't really have any verification that something can be in free fall forever. You know, how can that happen? We have no way of verifying that. And Zanuck said, you've got the vomit comet, you know, it can just fall and fall and fall. Then Geo brought up, yeah, but it'll eventually crash into the Earth. And Zanuck said, well, you just have to imagine that there isn't an Earth. I thought that was really funny. I had
That
to go. I
checks
didn't
out.
hear what the, yeah.
Well, at the base of all of their claims is imagination, right? That's kind of what you always run into.
You have to
Yeah,
imagine.
a physical law claimed to be a law that is based upon something that is impossible to happen in the physical world.
What did you say to him after that, Geo? When he said that, we just have to pretend that the Earth's not there and it could just vomit comet could continue to fall. What was his response to that? I had to go.
Well, yeah, I think he was. I mean, in a way, he was kind of admitting that it is sort of it's theoretical, or it's just like a. Well, I guess like if you were to take something and drop it, it hits the Earth. Like the reality of it is that it hits the Earth, or if you're over water, it would hit the water. So, yeah, I mean, he was trying to say if the Earth wasn't there, then it would just fall forever. But yeah, if that isn't anything in physical reality, then to base an entire law based upon that, like Newton's first law. See, I'm not even convinced that he was. I mean, there's a whole thing of who he was as, you know, did Newton even exist? Are his writings even him? Have things been altered? I mean, there's so many different possibilities, but it seems like from that character of Newton, there's a good amount of intelligence in terms of what's in there. So it's surprising to me that he would have a law that's based upon just a completely non-physical concept. So maybe it was altered, or there could be other explanations as to why that's the case. Or I guess it's just a. But yeah, I don't think Zanuck really had any other response other than just to say that you just have to assume it. You just have to imagine it, basically.
That's not what laws do, though. Laws don't assume shit. You know, there's no assuming in a law. In laws, we have an effect. We see this shit happen all the time, and that's it. And then we write it down what's happening. We usually put numbers to it, you know, and that's it. End of story. It's that easy. You don't really assume anything in a law, do you? I'm sure the Globers will have some. Kosho, what kind of law assumptions we got in laws? Maybe ideal gas law about the ideal gases.
What about Sod's law?
What is it?
Sod's law.
I never
Must
heard of it.
must just
Sod's
be an
law.
English thing, huh?
Murphy's law.
Oh,
I don't know why it made me think of this, but I was just thinking like it's like the idea that like to have a speed limit of infinity. I don't know why I thought about that, but it's just like it's like It's like, well, the whole thing of infinity is that there is no limit. So to say, hey, the speed limit is infinity, I don't know why, just somehow that popped in my head as connected to these sort of like laws that are not actually laws based on non-real concepts. Like, could you have a law that's like, all right, your speed limit is in infinity? It's like, okay, well, what's the limit? What's infinity? Well, what is that limit? Which it's like, it's just an incomprehensible concept. Like, there's no way to even put anything to that.
So infinity
That is
plus one
funny.
is illegal, right?
Yeah, if you go infinity plus one, you're all done.
That's not allowed. You get a ticket.
Here we go. You ready? I just Googled what is a scientific law. And it says scientific law are laws of science, are statements based on repeated experiments or observations that describe or predict a range of natural phenomena. The term law has diverse usage in many cases across all fields of natural science. So it's pretty simple. Statements based on repeated experiments or observations that describe or predict a range of natural phenomena. So basically, you need an experiment or the observation. You definitely need one of those, according to these people. I don't know. That's
Yeah. So where's the experiment or observation of an object will stay in motion indefinitely unless acted upon? Where is that object staying in motion indefinitely to be actual to fit the description you just said? It just totally doesn't fit
exactly. I don't know. All right, let's check another one. Maybe Wikipedia's fucked up. We'll check the next one. This is from study.com. A scientific law is a statement that describes an observable occurrence in nature that appears to always be true. Always be true. Not sometimes, not most of the time, always.
I suppose what the globers might do is they might say something like an orbit, right? Which obviously is just asserting the thing in contention. Because the orbit just continues forever, right? So they might argue that, but obviously that comes with a whole set of other problems.
Yeah,
well, I think that was.
That's where it got to. Oh, go ahead. I'm just saying that's what it got to. Like, I don't know if Coach was in here, but when I was talking with him about it, and once we got to the kind of bottom of the barrel with it, like, okay, where does this happen? The Coach was like, satellites in space. Like, that's where it went to, yeah. Which then I was going kind of deeper on it, because the thing is when you have this law that is based upon this thing that doesn't happen in this physical world at all, but does happen in this vacuum of outer space, starts to get pretty sus.
Well, it's
that was
quite
a pretty.
Because,
hold on one second. That was a pretty crucial statement I just read from study.com, because last night Posho was telling us how Newton's first law doesn't always work in the quantum realm or the old black holes and shit, and they clearly state a scientific law is a statement that describes an observable occurrence in nature that appears to always be true. Always be true. So that's interesting. I also have a quote from Andrea Ghez, Nobel Physics Prize winner, that says laws should work everywhere, always, or something like that. So
yeah, I mean it's quite ironic because it's a circular argument about a circular argument.
A circular argument. So here's the two paradigms.
Yeah, you missed one.
Paradigms. There's one in which I either have to imagine that all of the technology and satellites we have in space, the things I see with my eyes going as fast as they go, don't exist or exist based on something else. Or I can keep this law and use that as an example, the thing that I visually see with my eyes. Right? I find the other, conclusion to be a little bit harder to argue, since these are things that physically are observed, and the speeds at which they're moving at can't otherwise be explained. So the fact that these laws explain those things that move, I don't know. I feel that's it's not an insane position to hold.
Yeah, it's just an appeal to credulity on your part.
Okay, crypto. How is it that the ISS appears to move at 16,000 plus miles per hour when viewed from the ground?
That was a good point, though. What he said, you caught that, right? Credulity.
Yeah, well, he's avoided the last 2 or 3 things I've said, so I'm not going to answer his thing.
No, I mean, you ignore the thing I said. You say, "Oh, well, that's just credulity." No, I'm telling you that these are things that I see with my eyes, and this is the law that explains how that happens. Therefore, it's perfectly reasonable to believe that. Your position is this is something that we see. I have no way of explaining it, and I'm just going to deny the thing that you're the law that you're claiming. I don't know how that's not a position worth holding, which is why there's no response to that. Nobody knows why those things move as fast as they do unless those laws are true.
You're just rationalizing the appeal to credulity and pretending like it's not happening. That's cool, but that's what's happening. Now, yeah, moving on to the ISS thing. Sorry if I've got a lot of background noise, by the way, I'm driving. If it's annoying, I can mute. A lot of these things are based on the assumptions that you've already assumed to start with that I don't know are true, right? The ISS could be a number of things, and I haven't verified any of them, so why would I make a decision on any of that?
No one's asking you to make a decision on anything. The question is, with your own eyes and observation you can make on your own without any help from NASA or anybody, is you can tell that it's at least moving 16,000 miles per hour, because that's the speed that it's moving. This position above the ground is moving across the ground. So
you'd have to assume its distance then.
There's no assumptions there. There's no assumptions made there. You're watching something move across the sky that's moving at that speed. So that's
and who told you it was 16,000 miles an hour? Did you have a radar gun on it or something? Like,
let's see if anyone's paying attention. Because I'm pretty sure a flat earther can name my position because they're probably paying attention. But if something's above the ground, meaning the position that it's right above has a point on the ground, if that position along the ground is changing at least 16,000 miles per hour, that means that craft that's above the ground is moving at least that speed. And this can be verified by anybody.
What if the Earth's spinning 16,000 miles an hour?
I'm going to be listening, so maybe somebody else have an answer for that. But in the
well, I mean,
meantime,
dude,
I don't know if I would.
like you're saying,
just
anybody can see
debunk the
that,
laws.
but like, dude, you don't naturally have, like, you're not able to naturally clock speed, you know? Like, you don't see something move and be, like, in your head, you're like, oh, that's going 50 miles an hour and be like on point. Like, who the hell can do that? Like you can't just look up and see something traveling and go, oh, that's traveling 16,000 miles an hour, unless somebody already put that in your head.
Well, you can mark how fast it moves across the ground, though. That's what he's saying.
That's right.
No, but he's not. That's not his argument here. He's saying that the ground position of the ISS is changing at 16,000 miles an hour. He's not saying that the angle from one point on the Earth it can be calculated. He's not making that claim. He's saying the ground position changes at that rate.
Right. You can move across the ground at that speed.
Well,
that's the same thing.
Kojo, if you were to be incredulous instead of credulous for this whole claim of Newton's first law and the outer space and the whole deal, if you were to be incredulous instead of credulous, would you consider that it could be, part of a grand deception, as it were, meaning that, like, even just leaving the Newton's law thing out of it, even though I do think it's part of it, let's just for the moment leave it out. But just the fact that they're claiming that ISS thing is up there, and then there's a light that correlates with it. There's some object. Like, wouldn't any good magic trick or good deception, especially one that is backed by trillions of dollars, have something like that to it to be a good deception? I mean, they wouldn't be able to pull it off otherwise, right?
Yeah, I agree. But that's my point, is that my position doesn't require that. It requires those laws that we described that you guys said are debunked, and the things that I visually see. the evidence for that. So those things put together allow that to be explained without any trouble. The other position is, okay, they could be fooling us, and there could be things I don't understand, and they have technology I don't yet know, and make this happen. And that could be true, but I feel like that requires a little bit more, I don't know, like a belief in something that doesn't exist.
Wait, how's that a belief just to know that they could fake it? How's that? Okay, well, it would be if you didn't know they were doing it, but I don't know that anyone's like making any assertions around that. I think if anything, like just be either. I mean, I can't speak for anyone else, but either being neutral on it, like not necessarily going with saying that is what it is. Because if you're trying to decipher what the truth is, if you don't have any way to validate other than just an observation, then I would say the same back to you. Why would you just jump to the believing it because there's these other things to corroborate it? Isn't that stepping into the exact deception? If it's a deception from your perspective, just using if, wouldn't you then just be completely the deceived by doing it, by making that leap? Instead of just being neutral and being like, well, there could be other possibilities. Like, wouldn't that be a more effective way to come to truth eventually?
No, you understand. I'm saying that if I don't have to jump into anything, if there's something that I already, believe that is real, like these laws, they seem to hold true in every other, uh, you know, practical example. And then also I see these things happen. I don't have to jump into anything. It's just this is a natural understanding. The other one is you have to allow yourself to um, imagine that there's these things that you don't yet know or yet understand, but they definitely exist, and somebody else is utilizing them to make these things happen. But there's no explanation for that. That's just basically it's just allowing yourself to. Uh, it's like you're just opening yourself up to just the possibility of anything. It's like, oh well, it could be anything. I mean, I don't know everything, but these people probably know something I don't know. They know how to use technology I have no idea exists. So that's probably what's happening. Or to me,
All
that
right.
just
Okay. So if somebody made up a law, because the thing about Newton's first law, it doesn't exist on Earth. So it's not a law for us. Now, if you're trying to say it's a law for this space medium out there, okay, but if you can't validate the space medium, then why would you go with it, is what I'm asking ultimately. Because what if, is another example, what if somebody made a law right now that said some law of physics that you could travel 10,000 miles an hour in one direction and then make an instant U-turn, like an instant U-turn, and go the other way? Well, that doesn't fit the law of physics. And they've been saying lately they may have a whole deception around physics and this fake aliens that could be coming up, because as is a possibility, because they've already been saying, oh, these UFOs don't follow our normal physics and all this stuff. Well, I guess I'm kind of using that as my example here, analogy. What I'm saying is that if they came out tomorrow and said, well, because these UFOs dart around like this, we now have to make up a new physics law. And then they asserted the law to you. Now, if this law doesn't happen on Earth, the only way for you to believe that law exists is to believe that those are UFOs actually doing that in physical reality. So would you just believe that law right off the bat just because there's lights in the sky that are darting around? Because what I would say is that there's a bunch of reasons those lights could be darting around. I could speculate 20 to 30 different things of possibilities of what it could be, that is not what they're claiming it to be. So that's my ultimate question for you. Like, if there was a new law made up and the only way you had to validate it was lights in a light in the sky traveling in some way, or that you can see, not even traveling, but just a light you can observe, that's enough for you to just hook, line, and sinker swallow the whole story?
I mean, I'm not going to belabor this point because I'm actually going to get ready to go somewhere. I'll listen a little bit, but I'm going to have to say the same thing I've said again, because it seems like, I don't know, but the first law of motion certainly applies to things that are happening on Earth. It doesn't only apply to space or somewhere that you can't get to. It's easily verifiable, and the part that you guys are holding on to is the part that this object will stay in this motion unless something else acts on it, is somehow implying some knowledge about what happens to things indefinitely, when that's missing the point of the whole statement, which is that what changes this thing from going in a motion that it already had is by other things affecting it. So by virtue of that, that means that without those things affecting it, it's going to continue in that motion. I mean, it's not like.
But there's always things affecting it. But there's always things affecting it, and the only place there's not is outer space. That's what's weird. There's always things affecting it. So why build that into a law? Like, why not just say, hey, there's always things affecting these things, so that's my law, because that's what we, there's always these things affecting it. That would be a law. But to say, well, this thing would go forever if there weren't these things affecting it, but then there always are those things affecting it in reality. Except this medium of outer space that they claim things can orbit and just go forever in some like free energy orbiting machine that they try to claim is out there. That can propel humans at 17,000 miles an hour floating above a sphere. That's an intense claim. That there's
an intense claim.
Dude.
The rockets were propelled 17,000 miles per hour.
You don't think it's an intense claim to claim that there's humans in a tin can above us going 17,000 miles an hour?
That might be a claim, but if the claim was that you can propel something that fast, that doesn't seem unreasonable because you have rockets. Rockets can propel things. If nothing stops that thing that's being propelled, it can reach any speed. That's not an unreasonable claim.
No, but it can't because we have air and all those things that Newton is saying that affect it. That's the point. We have all those things, so you can't do that at 17,000 because the thing would explode.
All right, but that means I don't know if you guys believe in intercontinental ballistic missiles, but not a lot of people argue against those. Those do the same thing that the ISS does, just for less time. It goes higher than the ISS does. It goes almost as fast as the ISS does. It goes outside the atmosphere for the reason that it can't move as fast inside the atmosphere, and it goes in a suborbit. But it's doing the same thing. I mean, you guys are claiming that those don't exist, but
yeah, man. I mean, we're talking about like pseudo-physical claims that don't work on Earth, but only work in this medium of outer space. So how do you know that you're not just being, instead of incredulous, you're just being credulous and kind of going with it? I'm not trying to get you to change your mind. I'm just like wondering if you've considered the logical process of deductions that have led you to a conclusion that you assert, but are you sure that that assertion is actually based in a discernment of truth rather than just leaping to it and then asserting it more as a belief or something like that, rather than something that you know for sure to be true? Like, why would you accept it for sure and not at least be like, well, it's what they tell me. It could be that. It could fit that law. It could do this and that, but you don't have any way to verify it, so you're not going to assert it as truth to others, it would seem. Although perhaps you're asserting this as your belief. I don't know. Maybe you're not trying to assert it as true, but I think in your kind of tone, your general vibe, you are kind of argumentative in a way. You're like, no, this is what the truth is. So it doesn't sound like you're just like, well, I just happen to believe it. It sounds like you're asserting it and wanting others to accept it as well, perhaps, or at least to be on board.
To me, common sense. Like, to me, when you're deciding what the bullet's going to do, and you describe the bullet, and then you describe what slows the bullet down, and it happens to be the drag, it makes sense to me that if you raise the bullet higher, like above the atmosphere, and you fire the same bullet, that same thing that would have slowed it down on the ground doesn't slow it down any longer. So, I mean, that to me makes perfect sense. It doesn't take any sort of like extra belief or anything. It's just
No, it does. Go ahead.
Sorry, just quickly. It's not just the claim that the bullet isn't experiencing drag anymore. It's the claim that the bullet is not only not experiencing drag, but also perfectly following the curvature of the Earth forever. It's a much larger claim.
Well, no, that's a different claim. About orbits, that's a different claim. But because then that is with gravity. And if you include gravity, then that's perfectly reasonable. But
you said it doesn't.
The drag's not slowing it down anymore.
You said it doesn't require belief, but you just said if you get it, quote unquote, above the atmosphere. How do you have a belief in that there's a such thing as an above an atmosphere?
I mean, I'm just paying attention. And if you know that, like at Mount Everest, there's already 1/3 of the atmosphere, then I mean, you can go that high and shoot the bullet. It's going to be a lot less drag. And you just go high. You just go to the Mount Everest and shoot a bullet, and there's gonna you can use the fact there's a third drag, and you can have the bullet where you will predict the
That's
bullet
not
to be slowed down by that much less.
Kosho, you've not addressed what he said. He didn't ask you if you agree that there's a gradient in the atmosphere. He asked you if you how do you know that there is a place that is above the atmosphere? That was the question.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, I was giving you an example that I mean, you probably believe this example then. Balloons only go to a certain height, and planes only work for a certain height. You shoot a bullet up there, there's even less atmosphere, even less drag. So even at the ISS, there's not zero atmosphere. There's still drag there. The point is that when you go into less atmosphere, you have less of this impedance that you call drag. Therefore, the bullet is slowed down. Is not slowed down, but the same thing. So
yeah, no one's questioning that, dude. I don't understand why you guys do this. Like, Gio has asked you a very specific question. I've then reiterated the same question. You've dodged it twice. No one is talking about there being less drag when there's less atmosphere or less air or whatever you want to call it. That wasn't what was asked. What Gio asked you is, how do you know that there is a place that you can go to that could be considered above the atmosphere?
That would then have no drag, as you're saying, meaning that a place that you could shoot a bullet and it would go forever. Because just because it's different, just because it's different in a gradient at Everest, it still slows down. There's still all the things just because it's different. But you're basically asserting the idea that there's a place, a quote unquote, above it, you would shoot the bullet and it would just go forever.
this is why you guys are having trouble with what I'm saying. Is because this is your claim that you're attaching to me. I didn't say that there's a place above the ground that you can consider to be no atmosphere and no drag. I'm saying that when you go up higher from the Earth, you have less of the atmosphere. So even when you go to the ISS, there's still not zero atmosphere. Even when you go up to the moon, there's still not zero atmosphere. And so you can calculate the tiny bit of drag that's going to be affecting the bullet even up there. The point is that this is the thing that's impeding it. So if you can erase that from the equation, then this would perpetually go. However, this doesn't get erased from the equation because this is going to exist. Something's going to exist. There's going to be some force that's going to affect the bullet, even if it affects it by speeding it up or by hitting it from the side or whatever. No one's saying that there's a place where nothing. Like the claim is not, hey, by the way, there's a place where nothing affects stuff. That's not part of the claim. The claim is just that without those things, this thing would keep its velocity, and that's plain to see.
There's no way of knowing that. You can certainly make the claim that the atmosphere has a large effect on that for sure, but without removing that as a variable and then actually firing it, then you wouldn't know that there isn't another, say, law affecting it as well that says, well, I don't know, you could call it Kosho's law if you want. Let's just say that you got a bullet and you fired it in zero atmosphere and you found that, oh, actually, yeah, it still slows down at like 1% of if there was a little bit more atmosphere than zero. And you might find that there's another effect happening there, but you don't know that that's not happening until you've actually done that, which you can't do, right? So that's why it's an issue.
Yeah, except when you don't include that in your equation, you still properly predict where the bullet's going to fall. So by only applying these things and the fact that its velocity would be unchanged if those things weren't affecting it, you can predict where things are going to fall, where footballs are going to land, where rockets are going to, where bombs are going to, land at if you find them across the world. You can predict these things because you include the laws that you believe exist, and none of the laws that, you're imagining would exist if you take all these laws out of it.
Yeah, so you just bait and switched between gravity and drag, right? So we weren't talking about gravity, we were talking about drag. Now, I don't think you've actually addressed what I said. Like, yeah, you can predict it with reasonable accuracy, but that doesn't mean that it's the only thing happening.
I didn't say anything about gravity.
Well, because if you were to remove the drag and there was a deceleration, even if it was a tiny amount, then that would prove that there's a secondary factor that you haven't considered. I mean, surely this is obvious.
No, yeah, that's my point. Is right now, like we don't have to call it gravity. There's a 9.8 meters per second squared acting downward, and then there's the velocity it has going forward. Then there's whatever other forces you want to attach to it. You use whatever forces you believe exist, like drag, whatever, and you apply it, and that's how you predict where it's going to land. After you first insist that without those forces acting on it, it would its velocity would remain consistent. And so if you use these ideas, you're going to predict where it lands. If there were some other force there, or some other law that would say that, oh, by the way, it also slows down by this percentage of, over this amount of time, whatever. If you don't include that, you're not going to be able to predict where it lands. You're going to end up with having it's going to land in places that were unpredictable, and you would not know how to account for that. And then you would probably come up with some that says, you'd probably come up with that law because of that fact, but that doesn't happen. The things land where they land because of the laws that we get predicted by the laws that we have.
Yeah, no, I don't agree. I mean, what might happen is that you might get a couple of wayward results, and then you chalk it up to wind, or you chalk it up to a bunch of other different factors, which is exactly what happens. So, no, I disagree. And especially if the effect was as small as I was suggesting, it may be virtually unmeasurable at these scales anyway. But you're just asserting that it's not there because it's unmeasurable at these scales. Well, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, we're all
Yeah,
still here. Nobody's talking.
Yo, it doesn't really matter because the laws are supposed to work always, and we know Newton's first law doesn't always work. So now, where do we go from there? Do we call the people up, the Andrea Ghez and Study.com and all the places that are saying laws are supposed to work always, and tell them no, you're wrong, they're not?
Well, we'll just change it to a mandate instead of a law.
There was this episode of Futurama where they're talking about the speed of light, and he's like, nothing can go faster than the speed of light. And he's like, yes, exactly. That's why scientists raised the speed of light in 2027.
is the speed of light a bit like the US debt ceiling? It just keeps going up.
Yeah, whatever you need it to be, right? That's basically what it is. It's got to be going this speed or it wouldn't work. Well, I guess it's going that speed then, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like, oh no, we just lent another 30 billion meters per second to the I don't know, the scientific community. We'll have to increase the speed of light.
Yeah, but it's just 1%, so that's not a big deal. Don't worry about it.
It's like when they kept increasing the distance to the sun. It was like 3 million miles, and then 30 million, 40 million. Yeah, to get all the way up to 93. Like they kept changing it through the years.
What's 50 million miles between friends?
Nothing can keep our love apart.
Well, I mean, to be fair though, Gio, you're going on about 50 million miles like that means anything. I mean, they literally changed the distance to Polaris by like 130 light years or something. It's crazy. Quite recently.
Yep. Yeah, they changed that one on a whim. The star that they claim the top of the globe is pointing to.
So yeah, your 50 million miles is just poverty at this point. These guys can change the distance to the center of the universe, and most guys won't bat an eyelid.
Well, then didn't they just double the whole size of it?
Well, I was watching one of these science-y videos the other day where they were saying, oh, actually, it turns out the universe isn't 13.6 billion years old. Now it's 26.7 billion years old. They were going on about how like that's going to be the new official kind of age in like a couple of years. And I was like, oh my God.
Maybe they'll change the expansion someday. Well, actually, it's contracting, guys. The world's going to be over soon. It's contracting back to the Big Bang. We were wrong.
That was the big crunch. Do you remember that? They were talking about the big crunch for a little while.
If I had a contractor give me a quote, right? He sees everything, and then he calls me up an hour later. It's like, hey, I messed up a little bit. It's not 10,000. It's 20,000. I was completely off. I'd be like, all right, we're not going with you. You're an idiot.
Yeah, that would be an instant red flag.
Yeah. It's like you're based in London or something, and you're meant to be going to do a job in France, and then it turns out you're actually meant to be in, I don't know, Morocco.
Unfair lady, right? Real, it could be a nice car, but this one wasn't. The day he drove it home, it spilled all the antifreeze and oil out of the car, right? He never sold it. He just wouldn't get rid of this thing. And it's like the heliocentric model. It's like no matter what goes wrong with it, like he just won't sell it. It's got no carpet, it's got no AC, it doesn't have a radio, and he's sticking with this thing to the death.
Yeah, and he's like trying to sell it. It's like, well, at least the engine works. And then the James Webb telescope comes out, and they're like, oh, the engine doesn't even work. Oh.
It's like the globe model is like the little engine that couldn't, even though people rooted it that it could for so long. I don't know if you got that analogy. Yeah, the little engine that could. But it's like the globe is like the little engine that couldn't, but somehow people just think it could for so many years. You thought it could be real. Considered it to the depth of their being that it is real.
Do you think it's a bit like how people were convinced that Britney Spears could sing for like 15 years until auto-tune became widespread, and then everyone realized, she wasn't singing the whole time?
I don't think anybody was watching early Britney for her singing.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the point though, right? They didn't even care. So anyway, right in the hand, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
When are you going to start challenging Globus to arm wrestles?
Bro, I've done it already. Like I've $500, bro. Fight the flat Earth. Fight the flat Earth 1,000. It goes by who you are. Like fight the flat Earth $1,000 if he beats me. He doesn't even have to put any money up, right? Like all I want is rights to film it, right? And you get the money.
But the thing is, bro, is that most untrained people can fight the flat Earth, so that doesn't seem fair.
I know.
Isn't he in a wheelchair or was in a wheelchair or something? Is the claim?
Oh, look at this pick. Check this one out. No, he's ready. He's ready to throw down.
Throw what down though?
I don't know, but this is how I think he sees himself. That's how he looks at himself when he sees the mirror. He doesn't see the cane, the wheelchair, the worthless legs, the belly. He just sees a fighter.
Oh man. So would you arm wrestle? Would you arm wrestle Kosho?
Anyone. There's if you don't arm wrestle, you're not beating me. I don't care if you could be 250 pounds. You're not beating me if you don't arm wrestle. I don't think there's the only person I have any worry about is Chad because he actually does practice arm wrestling stuff and he's a beast. So he's the only one that I'd be like, you get $50 if you beat me. Everyone else, $500.
You know, when you said that Chad did he reps like 275k on deadlift, that's serious. Like, that's hilarious weight because I've my best ever deadlift was like 230, and I was deadlifting all the time. I was eating loads, and I was like, yeah, I got up to 230. So if someone can rep 275, is he quite tall as well?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's over 6 feet. So he does have a long range of motion to get that. And he doesn't even choose.
No, I wouldn't mess with Chad if he can deadlift 275 for reps. That's a bad idea.
Yeah, that's just leg strength, though. I'm not worried about that.
I mean, yeah, you're not worried about it from an arm wrestle point of view, but if he wants to beat your ass, then it might be a bit more worrying.
Oh yeah. No, he'll definitely, I think he would definitely destroy me in a fight. But arm wrestling, I think that's 50-50. Maybe 60-40 me.
Well, there is a bit of leg strength involved in arm wrestling, isn't there? Because even though they always say that they try and limit, the muscles that you recruit, the amount of arm wrestling I've seen where the guys just like, they instantly just lean in and it's just like, that's, they just lock the arm and they lean in and then they're using the legs to drive that movement. So it is really a whole body thing.
Yeah, like I'll put my leg on the side of the table to because if you're when you push a wall or if you're trying to push something, you'll slide back. But if you can push with your foot against something, you can get a lot more power behind it.
Yeah, so maybe you should just do that instead because I started asking Globers what they bench and it's surprising how few of them actually even lift at all,
Oh yeah, the experts lift for them. They don't need to lift. I would love to arm wrestle Kosho. Oh, Kosho's up there. There's like one Kosho and Sean G. I want to.
Oh, I think you'd probably. Wow, I'd imagine you might beat both of them.
Zanuck would be the only one to give you a run for your money.
Well, I mean, Zanuck didn't know anything about arm wrestling until he Googled it 5 minutes ago, and now he's like top 5 in the world.
Bro, he'd get you worn out, like going over the rules with you, right? Like before the match, he'd be like, "All right, bro, you got it. I'm done."
What is up with arm wrestling? Like, I've seen a few YouTube short videos or whatever here and there where they'll pop up because I haven't watched stuff that would have put that in my feed, but they just pop up anyways. And I've seen a couple where there's a big guy who looks huge, and then another guy that looks, practically half the guy's size. And the big guy's like laughing, like, "Oh, I'm going to crush you. This is going to be ridiculous." And then, the other guy wins. So there's got to be a lot of factors, but I mean, there's probably different types of different. Yeah.
One of the best ways I could describe it is picture you were much stronger than me and you had a resistance band that was pretty easy to stretch. And I was weaker than you, but I had a resistance band that was very thick. And we tied them together. I wouldn't have to pull very hard because my band isn't stretching, whereas you would have to pull with a lot of force because your band is stretching. So a lot of the technique in arm wrestling is to get into a spot where you don't stretch very easily, right? And you also do workouts so that you don't really care so much. You care about how strong you are, but like the tendon strength is what is very important because you just want to be able to hold and not open up. You want to be like an arthritic, like gnarled root of an arm.
There's more technique to it than it appears to be.
One of the biggest things is how to apply. Like you can be strong, but when you start arm wrestling, the power gets applied in very strange vectors, right? Like put your hand straight out, then put your palm against a wall and see how hard you can push. Like that's the kind of direction you're going. So it's just a very strange stress on the arm.
Yeah, the thing is that you don't really recruit a lot of bicep and a lot of triceps. So when these guys look huge and they've got big biceps and triceps, well, that motion works kind of laterally to the arm, but like as Ryan's saying, is you're actually pushing inwards to the body. So that's actually there's a lot of like back muscles recruited there, and so if you've got big arms but you've got like a small back and you don't know how to lock your arm and all that stuff, it's completely pointless to have that muscle.
Yeah, back pressure is probably the like one of the number one movements because it can be used in almost all positions, right? So if you're in a hook is like where you kind of hook your arm in. You can always pull your opponent towards you, and that's one of the first moves is you want to get them to your side, so you pull the person towards your side. So yeah, it's all at all times it's being a tug of war.
There's actually a guy like on TikTok. He'll like talk to people while he's arm wrestling them, trying to give them like hints and tricks and then like tips and stuff. It's neat.
Yeah, the whisper.
Well, it's like whisper. Yeah, he whispers at him. Yeah, that's my
he's
dude.
He's on a high level. He would definitely beat me for sure, and he would probably win a state tournament. So he's probably one of the best guys in his state.
So you want to set up a globe arm wrestling tournament?
Oh, bro!
Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Let's fucking go.
Well, first off, if it was flat versus globe, that would be so not fair, right? Like, because I would just bring like two people, and we could just they would be ringers. They probably believe the Earth is a ball, but they'd be playing on our side.
Bro, I'll do arm wrestling, thumb wrestling, slap boxing. I mean, I got a whole list of shit I'd love to do with these guys.
What about toe wrestling?
Just let all your tension out. That's funny. How about one of those slap tournaments? You know, slapping.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't like that.
I know.
I'm gonna just let you slap me. I'll slap box you.
And what about going second? That's gotta suck, right? It's like you get knocked out, you don't even get to swing. You're like, oh, he knocked you out, it's over. You're like, damn, I didn't even.
Well, I'll play the game where we both kick each other in the nuts, and we could do that game. But I'm going first.
Yeah, and you win even if.
Yeah, you win. I'm laughing so hard I can't even say this. You win because the other guy's in the hospital. You kick him in the nuts first, he's in the hospital, so you just win by that.
This is sounding a lot like Idiocracy. Ow, my balls. This is terrible.
There's something about a ball kicking tournament between globe earthers and flat earthers that sounds pretty funny.
I just got done playing a ball kicking game. Now I'm gonna go play a rubber slapping with a stick game.
I've got two possible names for this game. It can either be called Rosham Globe or Rosham Ball. Which one do you prefer?
That's what it's called, Shambo, when you do that kick in the nuts game.
I don't know why it sounds so funny to me. I guess just like there's so many tension just in these discussions that over the years. Just to think of how many people probably want to fight other people, like physically. I mean, I'm not into fighting, and I wouldn't actually be in any of this myself.
Oh my god, dude! They would get
comical.
The Globers would have their wigs and faces mopped with the floor. It'd be just over. Flat Earthers work out so much more than the Globers. We train hard for things. We teach kids how to play sports. Like we're badasses in real life. Globers just sit behind the keyboard and fucking drool.
They're just soft, right? Like
soy boys.
They're just soft people.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not like there's any American Gladiators on our side or anything like that.
You've got one guy.
You have yet to prove that.
One guy.
You've yet to
That's
prove that. I want to
debatable.
see Zanuck, dude.
How
I
many
want to see
American, how many
Zanuck
American
videos
Gladiators?
again. Come on, Kosho. Find the videos of Zanuck. We know that you watch him every fucking day.
How many American Gladiators do you guys have? I mean, you guys were the ones
Dude,
talking shit for like 5 minutes about it. I don't know, but I'm just bringing up one person.
those were the
Just
best. Those need to come back.
send Glatflobe your spank bank file. I'm sure it's full of Xanic.
Don't send that shit to me.
Well, why don't we do something that's a little bit less like as niche as possible because Kosho wants it to be niche because that's the only way he can win the argument. Why don't we do
Right.
something like how many Globers versus Flat Earthers can either deadlift over 200 kilos or bench over 120 kilos? Or even something like how many of them can run under 14 seconds, 100 meters or something like that?
I can only
Jeez,
speak
I'm
for
sure
What
I
do you
could
want to do,
probably
Kosho?
I can only
I
speak
could
for
probably
myself, but
heard it.
that's like chunk like numbers. I mean, I'm pretty sure a bunch of people can do that. So
What do you want to do, Kosho? You want thumb wrestle, rock paper scissors? What do you want? How you want
You
it?
think? Hold on a sec. You think 200k deadlift is chump numbers?
well, you said K. I was thinking pounds. So I was like, that's
No,
nothing.
200 kilograms. It's not an enormous amount of weight, but it's definitely not chump.
You realize we
I
have no
was
clue what
thinking
those
of pounds.
those numbers mean absolutely nothing to us. It's you might as well be speaking Japanese.
450 pounds, more or less.
There you go.
I like how reluctantly you said that. 450 pounds, if I have to say it. Just the tone in your voice was funny.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, okay.
You even said it like an American, pounds. You pronunciate it like we do.
I mean, I can see the whole sentence like an American if you want.
Yeah, you do have a good American accent, I have to say. It's on point.
Cheers, bro.
Probably way better than I could do a British accent.
You got to go for it now. Come on.
What is the exact like type of what like your accent? Like, what is it? Is it like a particular area or like what is there like a subset like
No, he just sounds normal to me. He sounds like someone without an accent.
Yeah, so I mean, my accent is, I would say it's halfway between like a London accent and an estuary accent, I guess. But I mean, Jim's got the same accent as me, so obviously he thinks I don't sound like I've got one. Yeah, just a general Southern accent, I think, because I've kind of moved around the South a bit.
That's not a Southern accent. I could tell you that. I'm from the South, man.
Not that kind of South.
Not Southern fried chicken accent.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like it's weird. You guys don't think you have an accent. Like Australian people don't think they have an accent. It's crazy.
No, I'm sorry, Jeremy, but what language are you speaking?
I don't have an accent at all.
No, but what language
My
are you
wife,
speaking?
English.
Exactly. So
No,
the English
we
accent,
speak American. We speak American over here.
So yeah, the English accent is the natural accent for the English language. So anyone else speaking it without our accent has an accent.
Oh, you're going that route. Okay.
I don't know.
You want to...
I'm going with right to hand. We're speaking American. Forget it. Forget what I said.
Yeah, I just threw down the gauntlet. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, but doesn't it...
Which dialect? Which dialect in the Americas? It's only 36 countries.
At this rate, we'll be arm wrestling the Americans, not the Globers.
Unfortunately,
I would like to have a fun. I would like to have a fun sports event. Go ahead, Ray.
I was gonna say we got crushed at the last. The Europeans crushed the Americans in arm wrestling like 10-0. It was brutal. They're all roided up, man. It's crazy.
Doesn't surprise me at all. We have Iceland.
I would love to have a fun sports day event with the Glowers, the Flat Earthers. We all meet somewhere and do a whole a whole bunch of events and stuff. You know, it'd be neat. I had a dream there was a flat Earth meetup. I had a dream there was a Flat Earth meetup
Xanac was there. I went for him and he ran, and he like disappeared out of my dream or some shit. I couldn't find him. I was gonna tackle him, dead ass. I ever see Xanac, I'm tackling him for all this anguish he's put me through. I'm gonna tackle him gently. I'm not gonna come through the wall or anything. You know, I'm gonna do him like I do on my kid. I'm just gonna tackle him gently.
Anybody else having dreams about Xanac?
No, I only have dreams about Kosho's mom.
Oh, those weren't dreams for me.
No. After you tackle Xanac,
I just get the flashbacks.
Guys, can you stop talking about Xanac's tackle, please? It's disgusting. Wait, is that an English joke?
I'm just saying, bro, when you sleep with the live stream, okay, have any of you guys went to sleep with the live stream on? You start dreaming about this shit, bro. I've had dreams about Beach. Who else? Various people in this.
I'm very worried about you right now.
Go to sleep with the live stream on for about, I don't know, months. I guarantee you these motherfuckers will pop up in your dreams.
No, to be honest, I wouldn't do that because I don't trust anyone in here to mute me while I snore.
Kosho will be trying to give you subliminal. What's your fucking name, Kosho?
Omelette du fromage. Omelette du fromage.
That's hilarious.
Someone got it. Someone remembered.
What is it from? Because I don't remember that.
I can't remember where that's from.
Didi, stay out of my laboratory. I can't do it.
Yeah, that's Dexter's Lab.
I still don't know what we're talking about.
Being brainwashed.
Dexter's Laboratory?
Yeah, that was Jim. That was Dexter's Lab, wasn't it? He was talking about.
Yep, Dexter's Lab.
Yeah. Don't you think that Jeremy could sound like he would look like Dexter?
I'm too old for all that Dexter stuff. If you're talking Dexter to me, I'm thinking serial killers.
Well, there was that one episode where he made a time machine and he became very old. So that could have been you, Jeremy.
I think that was a movie.
There was a Dexter's movie.
I think that was the Dexter's movie.
Yo, okay, I serve. I noticed you've got 2 in your name. Did you get banned?
No, I didn't get banned. There's somebody else in this chat named I Serve the One I Am. So I'm agreeing with him. Okay, I serve too. I'm his wife.
TOO, as in also.
Yes.
Cute.
Yeah, we cute like that.
Do you not have the phrase as well in America?
No, I've never heard of that. Hey, I do have English wit, though. 2.
I feel sorry for you.
Okay.
I mean, the reason we're so sarcastic is we're trying to get rid of it, but it never seems to leave.
All right. What else we got? Coach, do you agree that laws should... Oh, go ahead. What do you got?
Oh, no.
What do you got? You got something good?
I've got 10 miles of range on my petrol for you guys in the UK. I've got 3 miles to get to my game, 3 miles to the gas station after my game. My game starts at 9:30 and it's 9:10. Takes me 20 minutes to change.
You got
Cutting
this.
everything close.
You know that's an approximate thing, like 10 miles. It's not an exact number.
Yeah, I'm familiar. Yeah. I'm pushing
You're,
it.
you're living life on the edge.
Apparently.
You're living on the edge like what was that Aerosmith song?
Aerosmith, yeah. Yeah. On the edge.
The thing is, Napalm, if you manage to make it without having to go past the petrol station, then that proves a globe. You do have a dilemma here.
If I manage to make it going past the petrol, I will pass 3 petrol stations in the next 3 miles before I get to my game, but I don't have time to stop and fill up on petrol. Otherwise, I won't be able to make my game by puck drop. That's the dilemma.
Here's what you can do. You go straight to the stadium, don't get changed, steal the puck, go to the petrol station, fill up, come back, and then they can't drop the puck until you get back.
Yeah, if they only had just one. Yeah, and I say the thing is the 2 gas stations that are close, they close down by the time I'll be out of the game. So I have to drive to the far one. So it's going to be cutting it close. Anyways, sorry. Didn't mean
What
to.
you do is you park up at the closest garage and hitchhike to the game and hitchhike back to the garage.
Yo, how much do you think? Go ahead, Coach. Oh, you're just hot micing?
Yo, Jim, imagine if you like hitchhiked and then it turned out to be like Gem Panda who gave you a lift.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a mistake.
Well, he wouldn't stop if he knew who we were.
No, it's like you both.
How much?
Do you think a Glover would stop? Way more likely that a flat earther would help somebody in need. Trust me.
How much do you think big oil has stifled or suppressed cars being able to go, vast? Do you think there's any technologies that came out that they hid from us?
As far as like combustion engine technology?
Anything, just anything.
I mean, what do you want to do? You want to go faster? I'm sure there's engines that can go faster. We just have like limitations as to what the average person can handle.
He told you what he wanted.
Range.
He was wondering about miles per gallon.
MPGs?
Yeah. Better range, yeah.
You want them Fifth Element cars, really, don't you?
I mean, to be honest with
let me tell you something.
Hybrid technology is not a bad deal, to be honest.
Let me tell you something about the Fifth Element cars. Okay, that shit was fucking stupid. You'll never have flying cars unless they're automated. We're crashing dealing with 2D scenarios down here. We can go left or right, forward, backwards. We're basically stuck on the ground. You add that third dimension to it, we'll be crashing all over the place. You can never have flying cars where humans are controlling them. It's too crazy.
Okay, well, what about the traffic? What about the traffic in, let's say, India or other foreign countries? There's no stop signs, no lights, and everybody just flows because they understand people need to take turns. Have you seen those videos?
I've seen it where it's crazy. I know, I've seen that. It's crazy.
I really don't.
It's amazing.
People seem to have these like romantic ideas of these countries, right? And trust me, I've lived in quite a few different countries, and they like the romantic notions that especially Americans and Europeans have of certain other countries just don't exist when you're actually there.
Well,
bro, India has a fun
countries. I've lived in other countries myself, and I mean,
where have you lived?
I didn't think it's that bad.
Where have you lived?
I lived in Taiwan. I traveled to Thailand. I lived in Brazil, in Sao Paulo. I mean, at night in Sao Paulo, nobody stops at a stoplight or at a stop sign because the probability of you getting robbed at night is so high, even the cops don't even stop.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. So
Yeah.
Thailand, Taiwan, and Brazil, basically, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, I'm not trying to dig you out, but you were talking about India. Have you been to India?
No, I haven't been to India. Have you?
No, I haven't. But I've travelled all over the Middle East. I've travelled to parts of Africa, and people tell me things about countries I've been to. Tell you they're not like that when you're there. So you know, like the idea that the Indians just don't bother with like, traffic lights and everything's fine. I find it hard to believe.
They don't bother with toilets, that's for sure.
Yeah, but everything isn't fine in that scenario, is it?
I mean, my job would be a lot easier there.
Yeah, they just go to the beach and you just stick a cat hole in the beach, and the nature washes both you and the turd out to sea. It's like a bidet, except you actually sit inside the bidet and shit in it.
Well, a bidet is meant to wash your bum. You're not meant to do anything in a bidet, are you?
Yeah, like it would be like low tide. Like if low tide went out and then just the turd was sitting there on the bowl. You got to bring the tide in, get that out.
Where does the poop actually go?
It goes down
All
to
the
the
other
sewer,
fish
wastewater,
Where does that go, though?
to a sewage
when I
treatment
poop-
plant where the water is then recycled, and the poop is kind of like, they get as much poop out of the water as they can, and then the water gets sent.
Where's the poop go?
I think they just bury it, like it goes into like a landfill. Don't quote me on that part.
I already wrote it down.
All right, well then quote me on it. That's fine.
Yeah, you don't realise that Jeremy has extensive notes on every single conversation he's ever had.
I'm just
So
saying it's gonna
I'm
be a lot of
trying to
poop.
understand. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you please.
Oh, thank you. Well, I was trying to understand your comment about romanticizing places. Why? What was your comment about? Because I mentioned traffic flowing. I was trying to understand better what you were trying to get at.
What I would say.
Yes. I'm sorry. I don't. Crypto, right? Are you crypto?
Yeah.
I don't know your name. Okay.
I answer to most things, to be fair, so you can call me whatever you like. As long as it's not, Jeremy, I'll probably answer. Yeah, I mean, so restate what you said about you said about there's parts of India where they don't have traffic lights and everything just works normally because they understand taking turns, right? That was your statement.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, do you have an example of that? Because I find it hard to believe that wouldn't either cause loads of crashes or just huge pile-ups of traffic.
Oh, okay. When I have a second, I will find a video for you. Absolutely.
I look forward to it.
So I've said this before, and I think that like there's subconscious trainings in the world, and like stopping at red is one of them. Brake lights, stop lights, even the red lasers on the guns when it really gets serious. But bro, have you ever been at a broken stoplight behind somebody? Like the right person will sit there almost indefinitely. Like it's crazy. Like it's almost like they're trained. Like, no, you cannot go when red.
Yeah, I've done that a few times. Like, eventually you just have to go, right? And if you get a fine, so be it. But I think some people are scared of the fine because also you have to understand that if, for instance, there's a £100 fine and 3 points for breaking a red light, which I think is roughly correct in the UK, if you're broke, you're just not going to make that decision, are you? Do you guys in America have like a points system, like we do,
Points for
for
what?
like traffic offences?
Yeah, if you get pulled over on your cell phone, it's 6 points. If you get a speeding ticket, maybe it's 3 points.
In
Shit
Texas, it
like
was
that.
deemed unconstitutional. It was considered an additional tax.
Oh wow!
If you get 11 points, you get your license suspended or revoked or something. I forgot.
Yeah,
Normally, it's not a.
They seem to change the laws all the time in the UK, but one of my family members got to 6 points, and they basically told her that you can either go on a course for 80 quid, and you have to basically admit that you're a naughty girl, and then we'll kind of rescind the points, but they'll be temporarily suspended. But if you commit another one, then we'll sort of ban you from driving or whatever. But if you don't do that, then we'll ban you from driving now, like 6 months or something. I can't remember the exact rules, like I can't remember the exact time limits or whatever, but it's very, very silly. So why bother having a 12-point limit if at 6 points you're going to ban them temporarily from driving anyway? And also, who gives you the right to do any of them?
No, I mean, nothing happens here until you hit, I think it's 11. I don't even know if it's that point. I think it's 11. But I mean, nothing even happens until you could have 10 points, you're good. But on that 11th point, you're fucked. But it's something like that. Like, they probably have a class you could take or something, try to get out of it or whatever. I mean, it's generally not an issue unless you're wilding out, because even if you get pulled over speeding crazy, you can usually get that shit reduced to something with no points if you get a lawyer and shit. You know what I mean? All these things are basically just they're basically just socioeconomic laws, because a guy that makes $3 million a year, he can fucking speed everywhere he wants every day nonstop. You get your lawyer, you get a reduced parking on the highway or some shit, and it's no points. It's a monetary thing, pretty much. Not for everything, but for a lot of the stuff, it's a strictly monetary thing, which is why I like in countries like Norway or Sweden, Switzerland, one of those weird countries, they actually started a thing, and because people know this, it's a money thing. If you're poor, you can't break the law. If you're rich, you could just break the law all you want. So what they started doing in one of those weird countries, Switzerland or something, was they started issuing the fine based on your income. So if you're a hedge fund manager and you make $3 billion, I think they issued like $100,000 speeding ticket or something. It was like $100,000 was like the fine or some shit, because they based it off the guy's income. He made millions. You know what I mean? You can pay out the ass for that, and that's actually fair right there. I like that. You can't just let rich people just do whatever they want, and it's just like a fine. You know what I mean?
A fine is just a very fancy way of saying legal for money.
Yeah, that's what they do to corporations. They just fine them. They don't care. Pennies in a bucket.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying
anything that's. Go ahead, Grip.
I was just saying it's another tax. Sorry.
Yeah, anything that's a fine, that's basically there for poor people, because the rich people can just pay the fine and go do whatever. Think about it. If I make $1 million, if I make millions of dollars a year, let's say I'm a hedge fund manager, I make $3 billion a year, and you make 40 grand a year, you're barely scraping by. I can fucking park my car wherever I want. I can speed. Anything that involves a fine, I can just do that shit all day. You can't. You can't afford a $200 speeding ticket every week. I can. It's fucking bullshit.
That's where the point system came in. So no matter how much money you have, they still nail you.
That's
you can
no,
get out of
I
the
mean,
point with money. You can get you can pay to do classes, and if you have a good enough lawyer. I mean,
Well, hold on. Yeah, if you get a lawyer, say we both get pulled over for doing 80 and a 55 or whatever. If you can't afford a lawyer, you get the points on your license. I go get, some Johnny Cochran dude, and he's getting that shit knocked down to like parking on the highway or something, and it's no points. It's just a fine. It's just the money. I mean, the point system was a neat thought, but the way our legal system works with the whole thing, I don't know. There are some things you can't get out of, though, with the points. Like, I think the cell phone thing's actually one of them. I'm not sure.
I don't think we need to regulate traffic. I think there's a couple things that regulates itself, and I think traffic is one of those. And I think that was the lady's point about the intersections with no light. That's just traffic regulating itself. Just like if you were selling produce, the market regulates it. The market doesn't need, oh, we got health.
Well,
Everybody
listen,
that goes to the one joint with the mice gets sick. They're not going to go there.
listen,
Okay, but
it's simpler than that. You don't have to fucking get the cops to try to organize a line at the fast food place. You just do it.
okay, me and you pull up to a stop sign. I think I should go. You think you should go. We crash. Now what happens?
Well, before that, I would have waved you through, right? I would have been, yeah, go. I'm not in a rush. Take
Yeah,
it.
you're both not paying attention. You shouldn't be on the fucking road.
No, we're paying attention. I just think
Bingo.
it's my turn to go, and he thinks it's his turn to go.
No,
And
then
then
you're
we
not paying
both go
attention
to
if you
go.
crash, Jeremy. If you crash, you're not paying attention. Because even if you think it's your turn and then he goes or vice versa, you can still catch the crash before it happens. You just got to pay attention.
I couldn't see traffic working like that in America.
It's not that
You know.
simple.
Well,
So
no,
you
I
understand,
agree.
though,
I agree.
like when you made the statement that they shouldn't be on the road, well, that's regulating. So at that point, you've called it in regulation. Right now, I'm generally libertarian mindset. I like the idea of one thing that should be regulated. Probably not as much as it is in the UK, but certainly not zero.
Oh, I left for a second there. Did you look at the video? Is that why you guys are talking about traffic again?
No, I'm driving, so ironically I'm driving, but I'll watch it when I get in.
Oh, okay. Don't look at your phone while driving. Correct.
I would never ever.
I did.
Yeah.
I did tag you though, and I posted a video. This is for later reference.
I'm
if you
very
get a chance. No biggie. I'm sure you are.
If you've ever had,
I hear her
if you ever
spending her
drank
money.
and then, you know what? I feel like we should self-regulate. Like if you should choose, if you're like driving right now, don't drive. Right? Like, why do we need someone to tell you to drive right now? I don't understand.
I mean, okay, so I spent 2 years in Saudi Arabia, and I can tell you right now that they can't self-regulate. If there was no rules in Saudi Arabia, everyone would be dead within about 3 years. I'm just going to make that statement right now.
You said they can't self-regulate?
Yeah, no, Saudi Arabian drivers are absolutely ridiculous. Like, you feel like you're going to die every time you step on the road. Just my personal experience. I mean, whatever.
I don't know. Like, I look at it like this. Hey, we have a system of other people regulating that doesn't really work great. Like, I'm sure we can have a system where we ourselves that doesn't really work that great. Not a real high standard we're shooting for here.
Yeah, I agree, but I think also, like, maybe in like an American city, it's perfectly possible that people would be able to regulate themselves. I don't know. Probably it's true in the UK and many other countries, but I'm just saying, my experience in Saudi Arabia, that's not a good idea. That's just not a good idea.
Yeah, well, I'm in Saudi Arabia, so I'm all right with that.
If you don't have traffic, you don't have any traffic laws, people aren't going to stop for those stop signs. It's just that probably 50% of people are going to keep going. Not to mention drunk driving and everything else.
Just imagine when there were camels and horses in the streets. No stop signs. Camels running into other camels. I bet it was a mess.
Mass hysteria. Dogs and cats living together. It was horrible.
One of the first things I learned to do as a child, 5 years old, cross the street without getting hit by a car. Like, how did we not go forward after that?
And gun safety is next, right?
Larry, you got your name back.
Yeah, I did. I'm serious about the gun safety thing. You teach them about cars, like before they're 5 years old. Teach them about guns.
I agree completely.
Imagine if you taught 5-year-olds with as much, let's just say, fervency about gun safety as they do about the globe Earth. There would be no issues with guns whatsoever, and they'd all be flat earthers. That's like a win-win.
Hey, Larry.
I made an egg analogy.
Yeah, man, that's a good one because what if we had like international programs, like international space programs and such, international programs for gun safety, like that, like as big as NASA, right? Like get hundreds of millions of dollars a year for their efforts to keep guns and gun education going, gun safety. Oh man, just replace them. That'd be great.
Hey Larry, I'll put my headset on my daughter and ask her about that G word you said. I didn't prompt her or anything.
What are guns? What are guns?
What are those?
What are guns?
What?
What are guns? Rifle, pistol. What is a gun? Can you tell me about guns?
I know it's a gun, but I don't know how to explain.
What are you supposed to do with guns?
Shoot animals with it? Shoot somebody?
Call an adult, I hope.
Well, I showed my kids the egg. They would clown furniture, and I'd be like, this is your head, right? If you drop it too hard, this is what happens to your head. And I drop the egg, and of course, splat. Kind of the same thing with watermelon. Like these things are meant for putting food on the table.
They were talking about water guns.
Water guns. She doesn't understand your accent. No, he's asking you about guns. Do you have a gun?
Huh?
She can't understand.
She ain't getting it.
What, Mommy?
Yeah.
Well, it's good that she doesn't have an answer for that.
I don't have a gun.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, I have a baby gun.
The BB gun.
I don't know about you guys, but I can see that right at the hand you've got a pair of guns.
Really quick, I just met a fellow believer at the grocery store. One of their daughters is wearing seats, and I go, "Hey, nice seats. I got a number." Isn't that cool?
Very, very cool.
A believer in what?
Mom, don't you realize it's
Of course, I know it's you.
Bye, Daddy.
Sorry, a believer in what?
She was saying an Israelite believer in the Old Testament.
Oh, okay.
There should be like a flat earther sign. You're like, hey, you're a flat earther too. Is there?
A secret handshake, you mean?
A secret handshake. Yeah, that'd really help, huh?
Flat Earth secret handshake. Hmm.
I feel like SE can come up with one of those. You do a good job.
You draw a straight line with your finger. Right? And with your thumb you draw a straight line, not a curved line, a straight line on the other person's palm or whatever.
Is this a geodesic straight line?
Yeah, yeah.
So I heard the guy speak up just a few minutes ago, the one that I wanted to talk to about the ATF and the Glock switch. Are you still there?
Yeah, that was me, I think.
Hey, how you doing, brother?
We're good.
So I wanted to ask you a question. In the United States, where does the government get its authority from?
Constitution.
The Constitution, right? So is that where we get our rights from? Constitution?
Our rights are not necessarily given by the Constitution, but they are enumerated to a point in the Constitution.
Right. So they're unalienable or unalienable.
Unalienable.
Right. Right. So they can't be taken away or given to us. So when you said that the government has the right to break the law because they can have block switches while they're on duty in their office, right? That's perfectly okay. But if we break the law, right? Like we can't have nukes, but they can. But where do they get their government from? More specifically, we're governed by the consent of the governed, are we not?
Well, first point, they wouldn't be breaking the law because they are exempted, like ATF agents are exempted from some of the laws that govern me and you. They're allowed to have a higher capacity magazine. They're allowed to have, more high-powered weapons. There are certain laws. Every right has a limit. They aren't, without some constraints. Just as the right to free speech doesn't include yelling fire in a crowded theater, the right to bear arms doesn't give you the right to own high-powered artillery.
So
Except
are
for the
you
fact
aware
that it
that...
says shall not be infringed. Sorry, Larry. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. That's a good point. So if the Constitution gives them the right to govern us, that's where they get their authority from. The Constitution at the same time also limits what they can do, right?
Absolutely.
So if they arbitrarily redefine a trigger as an assault rifle or an automatic machine gun, a machine gun, that's not a law that Congress passed because Congress are the lawmakers, right?
I think in the case of the ATF and other agencies, that Congress has delegated some of that um, authority in the agency. I don't necessarily agree with that, but that's the philosophy or that's the legal justification for it.
Right, and it started with the Supreme Court ruling in favor of the EPA making up their own laws because that's kind of a doctrine that was set. I can't remember the court case. I wish I could, but I can't.
Yeah, but
But
absolutely. I mean, EPA is one of the most draconian agencies out there, and has actually passed or has actually issued regulations that are retroactive. So you can be guilty of environmental pollution. For instance, say your plant was, before the Clean Water Act, you were dumping stuff into a river, and then the EPA can say retroactively you weren't allowed to dump this type of toxin above a certain limit, and you were therefore guilty of your past actions. And have
in a similar way, the veterans who had the pistol brace for disabled vets, they've been selling them for like 10 years, and it was perfectly legal when they bought them, but now arbitrarily the pistol brace is now illegal, and I think it could land you in prison for 10 years. So you could be a slave for 10 years if you have a shorty AR-15. That's what I call them, they're shorties. If you have one of those pistol braces on your AR pistol, that could land you in prison for 10 years. Can you think of any justification or safety? Because I know when I have a brace on my AR-15, right, just the stock, it helps me shoot with much more precision, which is safe for everyone around me, the people that could be like down the range, because it stabilizes it. So if you take away that stabilizer, it's going to be more dangerous, not only because you're making slaves by putting them in a privately owned prison, putting them in the dungeon, but also firing the weapon is increasingly dangerous without that. Like, they don't want you to put it up to your shoulder. They just want you to turn it sideways and, bless bless people with kill shots, like you're in the hood or whatever. Like, I don't get it. Can you think of a reason why they would do that?
if you're looking for me to justify some of the regulations, some of the logic that comes out of federal agencies, I'm not the person. I mean, I understand, some of the philosophy behind it, but it is greatly misguided. Just as there are local laws that are greatly misguided. Like for instance, I'm from Pittsburgh. The city of Pittsburgh has enacted an ordinance that it is illegal for a person to wear a bulletproof vest. What kind of logic is behind this is beyond me. I have friends, like I'm a coin collector. I belong to a coin club, and there's several dealers in my coin club. And the one guy has a coin shop in the city of Pittsburgh, and he carries, he can still carry. He has an overcapacity magazine, and he wears a bulletproof vest. He says, "I'll pay the fine all day, every day, because I have to be able to protect myself." Because the nature of his business is cash and valuable merchandise in his store, on his person, in his car. So again, I think the city of Pittsburgh is extremely wrong in that ordinance and in the high capacity ordinance and the bulletproof vest ordinance, but it's been governed by a very liberal makeup for decades. It's really gone off the rails, and shame
See, that tells me right there that it's not about safety. Oh, I thought you were done.
no,
That tells me right there that it's not about safety, it's about power, right? Because I asked you, where does the government get their authority from? And the correct answer is supposed to be governed by the consent of the governed. But in actuality, the government gets their power because they have a monopoly on force. And that's where they actually get their authority from. Because you and I know that bulletproof vest isn't going to hurt anybody. I mean, I guess you could hypothetically swing it at something. For the most part, 99.9% of the time, what it does is it, keeps you from dying when you get shot. I mean, you still might hit the ground. It might knock the breath out of you, but you're going to survive, right? So
yeah, I agree, and it's a misguided application. They're probably thinking some sort of logic like bad guys are going to wear bulletproof vests and are going to, it's going to be the wild wild west. But in reality, very few bad guys are wearing a bulletproof vest. The people that are going to wear it are going to be people that are in certain businesses where they're at risk.
Well, I think that the government is acting like sovereign citizens when they say the law doesn't apply to them. I think the law applies to everyone equally. And if I can't have Glock switches, which I don't want one, I prefer semi-automatics. But if I can't have them, then they can't have them. And that video of that ATF guy having a Glock switch at the range, I think he should have a picture of it if he needs to educate other ATF members what they are. But if they're illegal for us, then they're illegal for him, is my philosophy. That's my belief, right? So if you have, forget what Glock, they make a Glock that's fully automatic. If you have a license for that and you have that, then sure, you can have it. But if you're just like an ATF guy or a cop and you think that you can have fully automatic weapons, no, I don't think that's how it works.
And I haven't seen the video, and I kind of, there's two scenarios where I can see this happening, and there are two extremes, and one would be legal, one wouldn't be. If it's a private range, and the private range says all members must conform to federal licensing laws, then the range can say, "Hey, ATF agent, you can't have this if my other members can't have it." And that's the way I think it should be. If the ATF
Right, but who's going to arrest the ATF?
Well,
if they come in there with a Glock switch, who's going to make the arrest?
Well, the private ownership can tell them to leave. This is my private property. I set the rules, and you have to leave. And then if he doesn't leave, then you call the police, and the police can say you have to leave. This is private property, right? Now, the other extreme is if the membership agreement says that members must abide by federal regs, and the ATF agent can say, I am applying by federal regs. Those regs don't apply to me because I'm considered to be on duty 24 hours a day, and I'm not governed by the reg that says I can't have this weapon. So it's the two extremes, but I would tend to think that the range
You're breaking up.
I think it's private property ownership that's going to govern here. And if the owners of the range want the ATF agent to leave, he has to leave.
Well, I'm going by ancient law, posse comitatus. We're not supposed to have a standing army, even though those people that work downtown call themselves captain and sergeant and all that stuff. I guess, those are just words, right? So we're not supposed to have a standing army, but it seems recently that the cops have become more and more militant, especially since the blanket impunity that they have called qualified immunity. They basically got a license to kill, right? And when you look at the posse comitatus and you look at, the founding documents, there's not supposed to be a special class of people. But yet we have this special class of people who are for-profit corporations with Dun and Bradstreet numbers. But apparently the sheriff has delegated his authority down to these people. And they have a right to kill and a right to rule by force. So really, we're in a state of emergency 24/7. If it's not 9/11, then it's COVID. If it's not COVID, then it's going to be aliens. If it's not aliens, it's going to be climate change. And essentially, we're under martial law. We have been for a long, long time. And we're supposed to be under this thing called freedom, right? It's like you don't have permission, you have the freedom to do what you want. And the way I see it, like if I saw a guy with an actual Kalashnikov fully automatic AK-47 strapped to his back and he's walking down the street, I see it no different than him having a crime. If I see a guy with a fully automatic M16, it's no different than a Bible. Like he has the right to have those things, regardless of what anyone else says. And, you might say, well, that AK is very dangerous, right? Really? I mean, isn't a car dangerous? Isn't too much water dangerous? Don't highways kill people every year? So it never is about our safety, right? It's always about control and more power and more authority.
Yeah, well, you made about 50 points here, and I'm not going to remember all of them, but just go to the very, no problem. Just go to the very first point. You say we're not supposed to have a standing army. I'm not sure I agree with that. We certainly had an army at the time of the Revolutionary War. I'm not sure it was ever fully disbanded, but we've had, we certainly have had standing armies since, say, 1812, if nothing else. So I don't agree that the Constitution was framed in a way that said that we can't have standing army, standing navy, all that kind of stuff. I mean, the army's not supposed to get involved in law enforcement. That's the Posse Comitatus Act, right? But outside of that, I don't see any constitutional issue with having a standing army.
But I just explained to you that, the cops are basically a standing army. And we're not supposed to have that here. We're supposed to have law and order, right? But we're not supposed to be getting arrested for victimless crimes. Now, I get it. If someone's going 120 and a 30, right, reckless endangerment, right, they obviously don't care about human life, right? Those people need to go to jail. But if you're going like 35 and a 30, and you're the only person on the road, it's a clear, sunny day, I mean, is that person really a criminal? Do they really need to be, arrested, their motion arrested, and then forced into signing a contract? Either we're going to use violence on you and put you in torture cuffs and put you in the dungeon, or you can sign this contract saying that you'll show up to court. I mean, if that's not a threat to arrest and coercion and forcing someone to contract, I don't know what is. And it would be one thing if they hit somebody, caused somebody harm, injury, loss, created a victim. But without the victim, that's just a police thing.
What if the driver creates an unreasonably dangerous situation? And no one's hurt at the end of the day, but they went flying through an intersection, just missed a school bus, scared a bunch of kids, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, isn't that enough for to charge them with breaking a law? You don't have an injured
Yeah,
party, but
like
you have a dangerous situation.
right, like the cop that passed the school bus on the right side, and if the school bus driver wouldn't have grabbed the kid, the cop certainly would have hit him with the car. Like that guy, yeah, he should have been taken to jail in torture cuffs and thrown in the dungeon until he got to see a court date. But did that happen? Mm-mm. Right, we have a special class here. So, no, that didn't happen. And I just told you, if it's reasonable that you're putting other people in danger, like flying through stop signs or going 120
All right, I'm gonna take it.
Um,
in a 30, right? Yeah, I'm okay with you being arrested.
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm not going to defend, you know, certain police actions. Obviously, you know, if I believe that there's a reason we have First Amendment auditors here, and that these chiefs of use are plot work. They do good work, and they're exposing a lot of police corruption and a lot of institutional corruption, arrogance, and ignorance of the law. So yeah, I'm not going to defend the cop that's flying down the road and puts their children at risk. He's as guilty as me or you flying down the road, or my neighbor flying down the road. The law should apply to everybody, you know. And I have a lot of problems with qualified immunity. I've gone too far. I think that they use it as a crutch very often. I mean, I think it's actually part of their training, which is wrong. But at the same time, you know, do we need a police force? Yes, we do. I can't think of a society that doesn't have some sort of organized law enforcement. Or, I mean, we certainly had organized law enforcement at the time the Constitution was written. I mean, not as much, but you know, there were certainly police in New York City and other types of enforcement. There were judges and, you know, maybe more of a posse that was going after somebody. The law enforcement.
See, my thing is that if I go to a place and they got a policy, right, and it says no cell phones, and this is their policy. If I'm on private property, okay, no cell phones. This is your house. No shoes, okay, I won't wear shoes. No cell phones, okay, I won't use cell phones. But if it's a public place and they say that their policy is no cell phones, you got like a law to back that up? Because I don't work here. Your policy isn't my policy. And it's kind of the same thing with a bunch of the laws. Like marijuana is a Schedule 1 narcotic, meaning that it doesn't have any medicinal use. But at the same time, the government has patents on medicinal uses for marijuana. That's some bullshit right there. That's what that is, for lack of a better term.
I think
That's
it's
some
illegal.
bullshit.
I agree, and I think it's even worse than that. I was reading an article today that I think it was in Minnesota that it was legal. It was recently legalized that you could, you know, recreational use of marijuana, but the ATF came out with a bulletin to like the gun shops in Minnesota and said, FYI, marijuana is a Schedule 1, blah blah blah. Nobody addicted or using a Schedule 1 is allowed to own or allowed to purchase or transfer ownership of firearms. So it was basically saying, if you know any of your customers have are a marijuana user or uh, participate in it recreationally, you are not allowed to sell them guns or firearms. So there's two conflicting laws. Minnesota law says marijuana is legal. Federal law or federal ATF is saying you can't sell a gun to them. Then that's complete bullshit.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I tell people that libertarianism can be summed up in one sentence. You should be free enough to smoke pot out of your shotgun. But if you look a little deeper into that sentence, you find these things called mandatory minimum sentences. And if you're a criminal with a gun, in other words, if you get caught with pot and a gun, Some places will give you like 50 years and the judge can't do anything about it. Like he can't give you less than 50 years. It's mandatory that you get 50 years in prison. So that means that if you find somebody who's, practicing their Second Amendment right while they're in the pursuit of happiness, then they get to be a slave for 50 years.
That was a bit of an extreme example, but on principle, I agree with your reasoning. I think that the two laws, obviously, we have competing laws in the U.S. We have the federal system, which is governed out of Washington D.C., and then we have the state systems, which are governed by each individual state. Each individual state has the ability to impose certain gun laws. Each individual state has the ability to impose substance laws, right? Marijuana is legal, that kind of stuff. And those two laws cannot compete with the federal laws. And what happens whenever they conflict? There should be some mechanism that forces Congress to recognize the issue and address it. But whenever it seems to want to do that is too politically charged, and it puts a situation where the average person is in a terrible position, and that it's not right. It's not just. It's not. It should be against the Constitution.
I think you and I agree on quite a bit in this past conversation. I think the only part that you and I would start disagreeing on is the limitations of the federal government and states' rights. I think that's where we're going to find a contention. For example, September the 1st, a couple years back, they passed a law that says we can have silencers that are made in Texas from parts that were made in Texas and assembled in Texas and sold in Texas. So, in other words, they're removing the interstate commerce clause and saying that we're not participating in interstate commerce. So basically, according to Texas law, I could take a flashlight, make a few modifications, and turn it into what's called a suppressor without a license according to Texas law. Now, it's illegal for the locals, meaning the sheriff or the city, to arrest me for that or to turn that case over to the feds. They actually catch a charge if they do that. But if the ATF just happens to stop me and I have one of those, the federal government is going to exact force on me, put me in torture cuffs, and throw me in the dungeon. And I would say that that's legal. And it's unlawful is the correct word.
Yeah, it's a tough situation, and it's funny. Texas is always the exception, isn't it? They're always doing Texas just has a history of being different, and God bless you guys. I've been to Texas. I have some great friends from Texas. Yeah, and I agree. I think a lot of these regs, a lot of the gun regs are coming out or being pushed out by the ATF, and it's being pushed according to whatever administration's in power at the time. And it's virtually impossible. There are so many federal regs. There's a great video of a Harvard professor talking about federal laws and all the subparts and references and ever. And he says even the DOJ says they've lost count of how many federal laws, well, and all the other exceptions. Like if you go if you fish overseas, say you go to Costa Rica and you catch a fish and you bring that fish back into the United States, that fish can be perfectly legal under all U.S. laws. let's say it's illegal for some person for some purpose under Costa Rican laws. You could be breaking a federal law by breaking the Costa Rican law. There's no way for anyone to know all this stuff, and ignorance of if the law is not an excuse, and it's just ridiculous. It has just grown exponentially, and there needs to be tort reform in so many ways, but it's simply not going to happen. There's too much money involved.
Well, I've noticed that people like to quote stats about guns, right? And one of my favorites is if we take the 5 largest Democratic cities out of the equation, we go from being third in gun violence to 189th. And that's interesting, right? Because if you understand cause and effect and variables, you understand that when you manipulate those certain sets of variables, those large Democratic cities, well, you understand that's where most of the gun violence is coming from. But I would also like to point out that the way that they quote these stats at us, 60% of gun violence is people who are self-deleting. And if you're one of those people that, the my body, my choice type, you should never cite those sources. You should never repeat those statistics. Because if that's your philosophy, my body, my choice, then obviously you don't have a problem with that 60% self-deleting. So it gets even more interesting when you look at the other 40%. If a woman defends herself from her estranged boyfriend and uses a gun, that goes down as gun violence. But if she's in a democratic place where she can't get a gun and he kills her, that doesn't go down as gun violence. So these statistics are very interesting when you actually break them down and look at them.
Yeah, the law's a funny thing, and I'm not going to get into it, but same thing with COVID, but
Yeah, that was a
numbers,
shit show. I worked through the whole thing. Go ahead.
numbers, and statistics. It all depends on how somebody views it. They can put a number in the box, and then those numbers just grow exponentially. I'm not going to go into that part of it, but when it comes to like tracking gun violence, and well, it's easy to say, okay, so this crime will involve the gun, therefore gun violence, but no one's really tracking how many times having a gun prevented something or stopped a robbery or
Yeah, it's actually the majority of all cases because, let's face it, a man and a woman in an alley, 99 times in a simulated altercation, he's going to win. But if you just introduce the woman's right to defend herself, it gets closer to 50-50 with just a derringer. And if you look at criminal psychology, they'll tell you that they're not worried about cops. They're worried about armed citizens. That's what most of them are concerned about. Because the cops are 30 minutes away, and an armed citizen has immediate access to any self-defense tool that they choose. So the way the criminal minds work, they look for, just like animals hunting in the wild, they look for victims, people that are obvious victims. And there never has been a gun right issue. There are no guns that have rights. Guns don't have rights, but women have rights. And I often tell people, if you're one of those people that, wants to take away AR-15s, then that means that you're using the corrupt government to do something they don't have the right to do according to the limitation of their authority given by the Constitution, to take away guns from blacks, Hispanics, women, gays. And I think that that's very bigoted. Why would you want to take away guns from blacks and
Well, it's also
other minorities?
it's also kind of silly, isn't it? Because what you're effectively doing is you're saying, I'm going to pass a law so that people who don't respect laws are going to stop breaking laws. How does that make any sense?
I agree completely. But okay, here's a question: how do you feel about regulations that might impose uh, some sort of responsible gun ownership. Like if you want to own a handgun, you have to pass a gun safety class, or take a gun safety class, or have some training in gun ownership.
Well, that's kind of like saying you have to pass some Bible courses to own a Bible. You see how ridiculous that sounds now?
Yeah, I know it does, but at the same time, you know, I think that like a responsible person who's going to let's say start to conceal carry, that responsible person, if they've never been trained in operating in handling a handgun before, is going to go and maybe take a firearms class so that they learn how to handle a firearm. I have a coworker whose older sister recently bought a handgun. She's never fired it. She has no training in it, but she has a concealed carry permit and she carries it in her purse. She might as well be carrying a brick for all the good it's going to do her. She's probably more of a danger to the public than anything else. So I understand what you're saying about Bible, but at the same time, I think that you know I would like to see some sort of regulation, but without it being maybe federally mandated, maybe strongly, encouraged.
Can I bring in a slightly different way of looking at this? Because obviously you guys are looking at it from an American context specifically, right? And obviously we're talking about American gun control, so that makes sense. But there are countries in Europe that have very similar gun laws to the US. And those countries tend to have similar rates of gun violence as well. So I think Austria is a good example. We're actually allowed guns in England. I don't know if you know that. We are actually allowed guns in England, but it has to be for very specific purposes. So our ability to own a gun is much more regulated than yours is. But there are countries in Europe that have a similar set of laws to what you guys have. And when that's the case, or at least a region, when that's the case, they tend to have similar levels of kind of gun crime and gun violence and all the rest. So what do you guys think about that? Because what we're sold by, let's just basically be honest, by the Democrat Party, right, is that gun violence is a really uniquely American problem, and there's all these issues around gun violence, and it's because Americans just can't use guns properly, and this is why we have to regulate them, right? So then why are the violence rates similar in similar demographic countries with similar laws, and why are those countries not seeking to control their guns a lot?
Which countries would those be in Europe? Because it's the first time I hear this crypto.
Yeah, so Austria is a good example. You can own guns in Austria, so as long as the laws haven't changed recently. So you can own guns in England, but the laws are different, so it's not a good analogy. I believe you can have guns in Switzerland as well, but it's more regulated. I'd have to be honest, I haven't looked at this recently, so I would need to update my knowledge to give you a full list of countries. But I'll give you those examples to start with.
Okay, I'm surprised because as far as I know, the United States is unique in the gun laws. Like you can walk into a Walmart and buy a gun in the United States.
That's not a legality issue. That's to do with ease of purchase, right?
Well, yeah, that's the whole thing. I don't think there's any other country in the world like you can own I don't know, a 50 caliber. Can you have a 50 caliber in the UK?
I don't know.
I'm willing to wager no chance in hell, bro.
I would wager that you probably can, but you'll have to jump through some serious hoops. That would be my wager.
Yeah, you probably have to know the Queen personally or something.
Well, yeah, that helps. Look, let me look it up again. Just take the argument at face value for now.
No, I'm messing around, but I mean, come on, like the laws in the States are pretty liberal.
Yeah, well, yeah. It's an ironic statement, but not because of how you meant it. Because it's the self-aggrandizing liberals who are trying to take the rights away, right? So,
yeah.
But yeah, I don't think it's true that in Austria you can just walk into like a Walmart and buy a gun, of course. But that's kind of a slightly different argument.
In the States, they have like fairs. You can walk
Bears.
in and buy like 5, 6 guns. Yeah. Like, how can I explain it? Like a
Call
garage
them gun
sale.
shows.
It's
Yeah.
like a flea, like flea
Yeah,
markets and flea market.
yeah, like that.
Right.
Yeah.
You just go to a garage sale and just pick up like an AK-47.
Or like a gun show. Yeah, they have gun shows. So you can buy a bunch of guns, I think. I mean, you're probably limited or something, but I don't know all the laws. I'm not into guns myself, but there are gun shows I think you can get them at.
Yeah. I used to have a couple of Austrian mates I used to talk about, and they used to just mock you guys all the time because they were saying like, they would post memes about like how they've got the same laws, but they don't have the same like retarded leftists trying to take all the guns away and stuff. So that was the only reason I looked into it.
I think most states in the U.S. have some sort of like, if you want to buy a handgun, there's a background check and maybe a 3-day wait, if that. But yeah, there are dealers that deal with the gun shows that might be able to like push that through in a matter of hours.
That's unheard of in other countries.
Yeah, I'm not
In
sure you can.
Texas.
I'm not sure you can own a 50 caliber in the U.S. without getting a federal firearms license. So I think that might be a little bit extreme.
Really?
In Texas,
I thought you can own a 50 cal in some states.
you can.
Yeah, guys, just so you know, I've just looked it up on Wikipedia for as good as that's worth. But gun law in Austria. Austrian law allows firearm possession on a shall issue basis with certain classes of shotguns and rifles available without permit, which is actually more liberal than the US. With approximately 30 civilian firearms per 100 people, Austria is the 14th most armed country in the world. So there we are.
Wow, I didn't know that. Okay, shout out to the Austrians.
I think Switzerland might be in the top 5 because the whole model of Switzerland independence and neutrality, why it wasn't invaded in World War II, was the citizen soldier. They have they're a mountainous country. They're surrounded on all sides, and they arm everybody.
I think Switzerland's actually less liberal than Austria from memory, but I'll look it up.
I know Switzerland has almost no standing army, but can mobilize, hundreds of thousands of soldiers in 72 hours, basically.
So, of course, what I'm about to say is not legal advice. But in the state of Texas, you can go to texasguntrader.com, meet up with a random person, and buy a gun with no license or background check. And you can also go to a gun show, which usually happens on the weekends, and buy as many firearms as you want without showing your license or background check. Some people do require you to have a CHL on the website, concealed handgun license, and some people do require a handwritten receipt with driver's license numbers, but there's no law that says that you have to do that. It's just up to the individual. And usually what we do is we'll say, hey, can I see your driver's license? You're over 21? Okay. I have no reason to believe that you're a felon or a child. I have every reason to believe that you're completely legal of owning a gun, and you make the purchase or make the sale.
Like I said, Texas is just different, man. I remember my company owns a couple plants in Texas, and I traveled down there a lot. I remember we were going to an abandoned part of the plant. Somebody asked, "You guys have any problems with rats down here?" And they're like, "Don't worry about the rats. The snakes eat all the rats. You're not helping us." But and they went on to point out that if it's poisonous and you can find it in the United States, you can find it in Texas.
We used to be like really high on the gun rights list, meaning that we had to get a license. And recently we passed a lot of gun laws that made us closer to the top of the list, closer to number 1.
But you guys, if you have property, right, in a lot of states, you can go out in your backyard and shoot off a couple of rounds, no?
A couple thousand.
Yeah.
You do that here, you'll freaking get arrested. Now, granted, we don't have big spaces, right, because we're in the city, but even out in the country, you can't just go and shoot out your gun, you know? You're going to have to go to a shooting range. Whereas in the States, you open your back door, all right, boys, let's go, yeah. Oh, man, you can start firing all day long.
I think as long as you're a certain distance from other residences, you're allowed to
Yeah,
fire.
of course, yeah.
You know, like whatever that number might be. You know, 150 yards, 200 yards, whatever it is. You know, like my property isn't big enough. I can't fire a firearm in my backyard. But you know, there's farms down the road where you know they hunt. You know, anytime, pretty much whenever they want.
Well, they hunt on their land, you're saying?
Yes.
Oh, that's cool, man. Yeah. Yeah, you guys still got some liberties that most of the world doesn't have, and yeah, they're trying to take that away from you guys.
Yeah, Congress is, in Washington, for that matter, is just completely out of control in so many ways. And you know, they talk a good game on certain things, but it's so much inaction, so much corruption, and just not able to get things done. It's you know, it's driving American business overseas, and it's hurting our freedom, certainly.
So anyway, after hearing my arguments about if you want to take away AR-15s, then ipso facto that means you want to take away AR-15s from blacks and gays, women, and other minorities. And I think if liberals heard that argument, like if there was a woke leftist in here, I don't think they would have a response. It would just be like pure emotional, like anger.
It would
You know,
be.
they wouldn't have a logical response.
It would be. It would be all outrage. It'd be outrage that you could even bring this up. You can't speak to the woke, or just you know. Well, the comment in Afghanistan, you can own rocket launchers as long as you join the Taliban.
Anytime I've ever made that argument to a leftist, they can't respond with anything coherent or logical. It's just, why would you assume that I would use the state? Like, what, are you going to do it? Like, you're going to go door to door confiscating guns from gays and blacks? I never said that. Well, wait a minute, you just said that no one should be allowed to have one. Like, who's going to not allow it? You? You said you're not going to use the force of the state, so who's going to not allow it? They got nothing.
I think they're afraid to make that move in the States because so many freaking people have thousands and thousands of rounds, dozens of guns. Yeah, I think they're afraid, as they should be.
So when someone asks to see your gun, unless they're your buddy and you got a new pistol, it's usually awkward. If someone asks to see your gun, there's a fine line between I'm going to shoot you with it or I'm thinking about getting one. So when someone says, let me see your gun, it's almost like an insult, like they're saying things about your mom, right? So for someone to demand your gun, oh, hell no. Like them's fighting words.
You know that there are a lot of problems with the justice system. And I see it in individual rights. I see it in corporate structures. I'll tell you I mean, I've been involved in legal matters for 30 years. The most callous people you will ever meet are the insurance claims adjusters. They are pure numbers. And they get excited whenever they don't have to pay. They are the, if anyone deserves a special place in hell, it's really the insurance.
You know the seatbelt laws that came out. A lot of people think it was for safety. Government cared about your safety. Nothing could be further from the truth. It was the insurance companies that lobbied for it because they didn't want to pay for injuries and deaths and stuff like that. That's how the seatbelt laws came out.
Oh yeah, it's even worse than that. They have in Pennsylvania, if you agree to a certain provision in your policy, you get a discount on your policy. What it does is you're waiving your right to sue for exemplary damages. So you can get like basic payments. You can't get those extraordinary payments in the event of a catastrophic injury. And the insurance companies pushed it through simply because it limits their liability. And a lot of people take the discount because it saves them a couple $100 a year, maybe. They don't realize that they're waiving away, recovery on a tragic event.
A scam. Yeah.
It is. It's all insurance. It is. The only benefit is to the insurance industry. There's a small benefit to the consumer that doesn't know what they're giving up. What they're giving up. 'Cause if you ask anybody in the insurance industry, do you sign that no fault? Hell no. Hell no. I'll skip lunch on Mondays if I have to in order to pay for that provision in my policy.
Yeah, I remember that Nixon speech where he said HMO is going to be the greatest thing since sliced bread. He was so happy to push it on the American people.
What was that, Larry? I didn't catch that.
Richard Nixon talking about insurance. I didn't mean to scare you, but I tend to scare people everywhere I go. So yesterday, I put some garlic in a jar and covered it with boiling half vinegar, half water, salt and sugar, and the garlic is turning purple. I think I might have did something wrong.
Yeah, I gotta log out, Larry. Good conversation, man.
It's good talking to you. What's your name?
Bill City.
Bill City. Trying to remember that.
All right.
You know, I find that most people aren't like extreme right wing or extreme leftist. Most people are libertarians, and I don't even know it. The other day, when Gio read the Wikipedia definition of libertarian, I was like, yeah, Yeah, that too. Yeah, and that. Yeah, you can't force people to contract. Yeah, I like that. like everything he said, I was like, yes. Like the non-aggression principle: never throw the first punch. Don't force people to contract. Don't regulate the shit out of everything. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds quite good actually. If only they practiced it.
Yeah, I think every time a cop like forces you to sign that piece of paper under threat of arrest, that should be a crime because he's threatening you with a firearm on his side. So that's, if he hits you, it's aggravated assault if he's got a weapon next to him. So if he threatens you with a weapon, I think that's also a felony. So I think the cops way overstepped their bounds. Now, it's one thing if you create a victim. Like if you if you rape or rob or pillage or steal or something like that, and there's someone actually making a statement against you, like that's different. But if you're just carrying some plants across imaginary lines, really?
Yeah, you guys got private jails. That's freaking something, man. Private jails.
Yeah.
Jails for profit.
hmm So if you think about it, in Texas, if we have privately owned prisons, what's to stop the prisons from needing more inventory and convincing the police department to, do what they can to get some more inventory loaded in?
Yeah, of course. Facilitate customers. Yeah, yeah.
We have 1 point something million people incarcerated, more than any other country combined.
Yeah, I thought it was like 2 million, but yeah, that's quite a number, man.
Yeah, think about that. Is there really that many bad people? Like people that need to be in a cage. You know what's even sad? More sad than that. They got power of attorney. They gave up power of attorney. Like the most serious, contract of your life, and you give up power of attorney. For anybody who doesn't know what power of attorney is, it's something that children have to give up to their guardians because they're not adults. They're not capable of acting as such. To think that ignorant adults give up that power of attorney to bar members of all people, officers of the court. That's crazy. Well, of course, you should contact your lawyer and ask if bending over and signing a contract is right for you.
That's like giving somebody the right to sign a paper for you, a legal document.
Right. It's crazy when you think about it, right?
Yeah.
Because who knows better than you? Who knows how to defend yourself? Who knows the facts of the situation better than you? Not the lawyer. He wasn't there. Not the district attorney. Everything he says is hearsay. He wasn't there. Maybe the cop if he was there, but if the cop wasn't there, then that's hearsay. So unless there's, an actual victim that you can subpoena, like, hey, I want to see the victim. Like, bring me the victim. Like, I don't really know what you'd be doing in a courtroom without a victim. The state can't be the victim. You know how crazy that sounds? Mr. and Mrs. State, can you please take the stand and swear or affirm to tell the whole truth? The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? The state ain't gonna do that. State can't be ridiculous. Unless, you strike a deal with the lawyer or let him strike a deal for you. Because you could sign your rights away. You could make a plea deal. You have the right to contract unlimited, even if it's not in your favor. So I went to another place last night, and Huey was there, and he had some, clips of Witsit, and Witsit had contradicted himself a few times and said like opposing things that both couldn't be true at the same time. And there was some laugh tracks and some filler and stuff like that. And one of the things where Witsit allegedly contradicted himself was he was saying, "So you're saying that light is traveling," and that was one of the contradictions. And I thought to myself, like, is there ever a time where you say, "So you're saying," and that's your argument? Like, you can't contradict yourself if what you're doing is trying to steal man or just, clarifying questions to someone else's argument. And I haven't like done my research and went through and found all the long form, but I don't really have that much time. But if I'm going to make an educated decision on if what QE is saying is true, then I need to go look at the long form podcasts. But that one in there where he was saying, "So you're saying," I don't know how that would make sense. And that's bothering me. Because if that one's, bunk, then maybe there's some context that I'm not getting, because the way that QE makes them short videos, he takes a tiny little 15-second snippet of something the person's saying and then adds like another snippet that appears to be contradicting. And maybe Witsit was contradicting himself. It sounded like Witsit contradicted himself more than once. But without watching like the whole context, pretext, I can't really say for sure.
Yeah, I can't say anything about that. I'd have to hear what it was. But the light traveling thing is quite interesting, and I don't even know what side I fall on that. To be honest with you, I don't know.
I recently changed my mind about someone because there was a lady who drove 106 in a 30. And I said to myself, I agree with the officer arresting this woman, even though there's no victim. So I recently changed my mind. And you could probably find audio of me like a year ago saying that no victim, no crime, nobody should ever be arrested without a victim. That might be a contradiction. Why is it a contradiction? Because I just got some new information that changed my mind. So Witsit could have just changed his mind. That's a possibility, right?
I guess, like I said, just like that, for sure. Anybody's allowed to change their mind, yeah. I'm sure I've done it too.
So I'm not saying he's contradicting himself. I'm saying in the audio clips that I heard without context, it appears that he's contradicting himself.
Well, look, with a subject as mysterious as light is, right? Yeah, I would expect people to kind of like rethink some things, Because really, what is light? Who knows what light is?
Yeah, QE keeps asking me, what is ether? And I'm not dogmatic at this point. So I don't really know what ether is. How can I put it into words to describe it? I know what I think it is, but I don't know what it is. So he asked me, and I said, I don't know. And then I asked him, could he tell me about the cosmological constant crisis? And he said, when they make a claim about it, then I can. So he didn't tell me about that. But I didn't tell him what I thought ether was, so I guess we're at a standstill. Then he tried to expose me in front of everyone because he thought I didn't know what mirage meant. I told him, nice try.
Was this recently this happened?
Yeah, it was last night.
Yeah.
He said, I'm going to expose you, Larry. What is a mirage? I think I gave like a vague answer the first time. Like, when you see two of the same images. He was like, no, that's not it. What is a mirage? I was like, when you look out towards the horizon and you see two of the same images mirroring each other. And he goes, oh, you were close. I almost had you. I was like, yeah, nice try. I guess he's into exposing flat earthers at the moment. He's not worried about global lies. He's concerned about flat earth lies. And pretender clowns. Well, I'm going to disengage and play some video games. Probably go listen in another server. Peace out.
Take it easy, man. I got to take off as well. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too, bro. Peace out.
Yo, what's up? You guys there? Hey, Gio. The picture I was going to take. So anybody want to talk about an invention? A wind power device? Let's say you could make over a kilowatt of power quite easily. That'd be impressive, eh? In light winds, even. You make a venturi. The air gets forced through. It's amazing. Anyway, what was I doing? Yes. Hell. Jeez, man, I might, hang on, I don't say that on that stream. Anyway, started this new job pretty good. Very nice. I'll be able to patent this engine and build it. Well, if I get enough money, just build it and then patent it. Well, if nobody's here, I might just piss off because pretty empty talking to yourself. Oh, here we go.
Hello? Anybody out there?
All right.
What's up, Snacks?
Much, man. 5 a.m. All is well.
It's almost
Researching.
a guarantee that you'll be in here in the morning, huh?
I'm sorry, what?
It's almost a guarantee that you'll be in here at 5 a.m.
Yeah, I guess so. Over the years, it's just been like a time slot I'm comfortable with, and nobody's around. Meaning that you can sometimes get good conversations going on. They say, "Hello, I'm having a conversation. It is 5 a.m.
The twilight hours.
and you are listening to Los Angeles. Soul Coffee.
Welcome to the Twilight Zone.
There you are. Yep. What you up to? What's going
On the
on? I
way,
missed most of yesterday, I think.
on the way to Boston.
You're on the way to Boston. All right.
Well, you're going to work, yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
Any cool conversations last night or yesterday?
Yeah, no idea what's going on. It's nice to miss a day. Yeah. Not burden myself with the goings on of the Discord, you know?
Uh-huh. Dude, I can't help it, bro. I'm addicted, and I know people say the same thing, dude.
Yeah.
Keep gravitating back towards Discord.
You need a 12-step program. You're a heavy user of Discord.
I'm a heavy use.
How many ounces are you going through a day?
I'm a cutty.
You be begging on the streets for Wi-Fi.
Start getting anxiety when there's no service.
Sweaty. I hear you. Yeah, you gotta be plugged in to this consciousness blob.
Who's the plug?
Wow. Totally blew my mind, man. Sorry.
Bring me to the plug.
I don't mean to sound stoned. I know that annoys some people. I was seriously just kind of like going off on that. I don't know. I thought it was fun. I just have fun.
No, yesterday was funny. Yeah, that one guy said you were freaking drunk.
I wasn't drunk. I like almost never get to the point of being like drunk and on here. I don't think I don't combine those two things. You know.
You know, the thing is, like, you're quirky. I'm quirky. You know, we can deviate from just being serious all the time, and and act stupid.
I can't treat myself serious all the time.
People don't understand that. They think you're being immature, or you're drunk or high. You know what I mean? But it's like, dude, like, you don't understand like how to be a person. I don't know.
Like pretty high, you know. But sometimes I'm like extremely high, and I'm like saying really accurate things, and sometimes I'm like dead sober. I'm just like blah 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 blah. I don't know. It's a sliding scale. You
Yeah.
know, you're assured like 70% quality of, you know, I'm giving you 70% of my best most of the time. whatever the case may be.
Yeah. I don't really know Briggs that well. I've
Me
only
neither.
talked to him a few times, you know. I know he's been around for a while. Just like different ninja paths on this.
I bought a Subaru last week,
You bought a
and it's
Subaru?
freaking yeah. I love it. It's pretty cool.
Oh yeah.
All-wheel drive. I mean, I used to have a BMW all-wheel drive that was my favorite car. This one's pretty close second, not first. I don't know. We'll see. See how it holds up.
Subaru's a nice ride. I'm happy with my whatever Kia.
It's all good, bro. This is a base model. It's not like freaking an STI, nothing like that. I didn't really want an STI, to be honest. It's too loud. You know what I mean? I just want something that's kind of discreet. I don't want the exhaust to be mad loud because I do plan to eventually getting a system. And, you know, you can't really have a loud ass exhaust in a system in a car. It doesn't really vibe.
Advertisement I kept hearing on, like, I don't know. It's like some hip hop station from New York. And they're just like selling cars, you know. But it's like I like that the production on it. It's like got this like kind of suspended like vibe sound behind it, you know. And the guy's just like, you depend on your vehicle. You have to have, you know, your car is your job. He goes, you know what I mean? But he's like on 9, you know what I mean? Trying to shout this like almost like some preacher shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's like, and you know, if you go here and you try to get it, and if you can't get approved here, you know, God couldn't approve you for credit. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm like, I want to
Some
just like grab
unorthodox
it.
advertisement that's like outrageous.
It's like you go to some other places, they have you looking crazy driving a neon off the lot. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's like the worst freaking car, dude. Dodge Neon.
Gosh, I'm just yeah. Sometimes these radio ads, man, they're great. You wish it'd stick around forever. Oh man. It was also like Wingstop in the beginning before Wingstop became like it's here now. Um, it was a guy who was like so hyped. He was like a drill sergeant, almost like you know, talking to like a bunch of people for Wingstop. He's like, "You get up at 6 a.m. You gotta like make all this
Oh yeah.
stuff." Like, and I'm like, "Wow, this is intense for wings." I mean, who takes it that seriously? But this guy apparently. But it was a great spot.
Wingstop's alright.
It's terrible. I don't even. One
I don't.
time, and then I was like, "What's the big deal?" Chicken. It's some kind of
I
chicken.
like
I'd rather go to Popeyes and get a sandwich.
the dry rub's pretty good, but the thing is, dude, that oil it has been frying for days. It's the same oil. They haven't changed it. This is something that I learned probably the past year. That the oil that they use at Wingstop and most restaurants, for that matter, isn't switched out every day. It's switched out like once a week, dude. Well, two. It should be twice a week, at least. But dude, they switch them out like once a week, and it's frying all day, every day. By the time like the third, fourth day, dude, that shit's so rancid, and they're still frying fries in it. You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit's disgusting, dude.
Frying things at home,
And
and
then it causes
I'm pretty with
inflammation.
like panko breadcrumbs, like I can do that, you know. Even if it's like I don't even like using vegetable oil, but like I mean I can handle that. It's just like something about like KFC breading. It's very hard to replicate. You know, I don't like just getting regular fried chicken type stuff. A little tough to make. And then you're fucking around with like washing dishes because like I don't know, man. Like how do you flour chicken? You can at least use 3 containers to do the breading process. I mean, this is an involved thing. You need gear if you're gonna fry stuff. But it's like so bad, man. Like just fried stuff is bad for you. Like there's hardly any oils that you can use that aren't gonna like be trying to give you cancer and shit. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yeah. Once you
Machine's like
start studying that stuff, bro, like it's deep, dude. Like everything else, it's complex, it's elaborate. You have to break, like, dude, omega-3 fatty acids, incredible for you, preserving of youth and it preserves your body, your cell voltage. You want
like
high omega-3 fatty acids because you want that for your cell voltage, dude. It's interconnected.
like coconut oil, and I was deep frying chicken in that. That probably can't kill me, right? But if I'm using like vegetable oil, Crisco, like whatever, I don't know whatever else we could use. Olive oil. I've used avocado oil, but that's probably fucking mad expensive to try to do that. Um, but you know what I mean? It's like you do have to keep the oil somehow, right? Like to keep using it because you can use it several times or filter it down or whatever.
No. That's not true. You can only use it. I would say, honestly, I use cold pressed organic olive oil, dude. It's the only oil I use to fry in.
That's not
And
good to fry.
well,
That breaks down.
yeah, I only use it twice, right? Like I use it twice and then I throw it out and I put fresh in. That's literally how I cook. But no, if you want to use like more high temp oils like coconut oil or avocado oil, what else? Really high temp oils.
Sunflower, sapphire.
Yeah, but you're still destroying it, dude. Like it doesn't smoke as easy, but you're still destroying it. It's becoming oxidized and rancid. That's the number one cause of disease, in my opinion. One of the most
I would
number
look
one.
into what you're doing with your olive oil because I don't think that's to be fried with.
No, you're right. But you can put it at low temp, dude, and it won't smoke, and it won't. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be like full blast. Nah, dude, olive oil is the best. For real.
Yeah, I don't know why I stopped frying with it. I just like have it room temp or refrigerated.
Oh yeah, I mean, ideally, that's what you want it. You want no temp or low temp oils that never been exposed to heat, right? Only a hot day. That's it.
Yeah,
That's
like
the best
I would
oil.
do it for like salads, dressings. You could add it to other things like whatever spreads or whatever if you're making some stuff like that. Cold stuff. I don't know. Yeah, I'd keep it like that.
There's a German doctor. Her name's Dr. Budwig. She died at like 96. But I did a little bit of research on her. Incredible lady, dude. She would bring back people from the dead. Not literally, but within 3 days, people had 3 days to live, dude. They were given 2 days. You're gonna be dead by tomorrow. Like that's what they thought, right? People that were bedridden on tubes, anorexic, anemic, you name it. And she was able to bring them back with a mixture of flaxseed oil and well, depending. She did enemas too, but with these people, she did enemas of flaxseed oil and cottage cheese. Sounds crazy, right? The cottage cheese, because the cottage cheese has
Live
sulfur in it,
probiotics. Okay.
and it has sulfur in it. And when you mix the sulfur with the flaxseed oil, it emulsifies it naturally, and it makes it bioavailable. It all goes down to bioavailability, dude. And oils by themselves, the way they will assimilate. Like your body can use it up, right? Break it down, digest it. But if you emulsify it, it becomes like way more bioavailable, to the point where almost 90% of it's getting used up. Where most people don't realize. Go ahead.
Well, it's a little bit like encapsulation too. Like it's like lipid encapsulation of thing. So it like becomes a part of an oil, so that you actually can process it as fat and store it in your body, or burn it.
And dude, like, who you never know. This knowledge is the knowledge that people need to know. This is what everybody should know, because you never know if a family member, a loved one, is going to be bedridden, and you could be that guy to help them out. Because this woman literally brought so many people back to life, dude, that were like terminal of cancer, and almost instantly, dude, within hours or the next day, they're walking around after getting this procedure done.
You ever heard of I think her name's Renee Case, and she's famous for the Case compound, what's also called Essiac tea, which is just a blend of 3 different herbs. But she was a Canadian nurse or doctor around like World War One, I think. And basically, yeah, the Essiac is like something that is used like as a pre-treatment or a treatment for cancers, different types. It's pretty interesting.
I think yesterday, Napalm or somebody was talking about cell voltage, and how all living things have like a voltage, or every cell has like a voltage. And that's what she talked about. And she realized that most cancer patients, or most people that have disease, there's so many links to disease, dude. Like, people say parasites, people say bacteria, but regardless, the cell voltage, dude, in most cancer patients was like a 0.8. I forget the metric, but it must have been 0.8 volts, but who knows? I don't know if it was exactly volts. But you want it at like 1.5. And when you take the omega-3 fatty acids from the flaxseed oil, it literally starts increasing your cell voltage. And there's like a lipid membrane. You mentioned lipids.
Like, in a way, it's like preventing loss from the system. So like you've got more like like a battery. Some of them maintain charge for a while. They're able to conserve it and like use that voltage slowly. Other ones, like the voltage of the battery just be gone, in a little bit. So I think in some way, it's a lot of analogs we're talking about here, but in some way, like the content of our blood is maintaining that electric balance, right? And it's got to spread throughout all the material. And basically, we're like a lot of interstitial. You know what I mean? Like, we've got our muscle fibers and stuff, and if you take all that away, we're there's like a goop highway inside of us that like all these things are transited through, like all the mucosal layers in between muscle and fat and cartilage and all that stuff, and your organs and things, so there's all these like the highways, I guess, in the body that aren't like veins, but just like the outer membranes of things, that make up for where nutrients and also like bad things can hide out,
So hear me out.
So,
No, I just want to say something. I want to add something real quick to what you were saying.
yeah.
So, like, it's interesting how oils can affect electricity. right? And if you really want to move technology forward, I think that there's a link between oils also. Like I've seen some, when they were mining for Bitcoin, you had some extravagant devices where they had like these graphics cards designed for Bitcoin mining. They would put them in like these containers of oil to cool them down, but they were just using the oil to cool them down. But there has to be more that we can use these oils for, because the body clearly starts lacking in voltage when the lipid membranes, which is the oil that are in our body, start becoming oxidized. They become rancid. And this doctor was talking about how the lipid membranes of every single cell basically contributes to the overall health of the cell and the voltage of the cell. And I mean, if you're talking about electricity, dude, and it's lowering voltage only because the oils that you've been eating are shit oils. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It all connects. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but it does have something to do with like lipid content and just conserving that electric within the body, right? And because other things with more impurities are going to have higher impedance within the body, so they'll take up more of the overall charge. So it's got to be dispersed across all these membranes and moved around in the body. You know, so what tends to happen is that if there's not like this higher amount, you've got a creeping amount of other things that can populate within the body that are going to be able to exist because there's not enough free charge in the body to actually power the macrophages, which are going to be using some of that charge within the mucosal system or within your body system to be able to produce the fucking hydroxide, basically to dissolve like other invasive species which are oxidase reactive, right? So like where there's more oxygen in the system, it will nuke most of the bullshit bacterias and things like that, right? So it's like better for the immune system to have higher oxygen content, and it's good to have high conductivity for this reason, and also it signals to different cells. So if you wanted to try to supplement to increase your bioconductivity, it's also going to in turn, I think, increase the efficiency with which you use oxygen in your system. So things like putting chromium in, chromium's like highly reflective material. Like even though we're taking kind of a different molecule form of it, I still think it's got something electric that it's doing to increase the efficiency throughout the system and therefore speed the energy where it needs to be. I don't want to monologue on it. Caffeine's good. I guess a lot of people think of it like as electrolytes that are in salts, but I think anything that can be like shed out in water, it can be sweat out and or absorbed by the other filtration organs, right? So something that's already like a lipid it's possible it'll like just stay in the system a little longer.
In this lipid membrane, if you look at evolution, right? Biogenesis, dude, like it starts off with this lipid membrane. My bad, hold on.
We were going on yesterday, just like some of my son model, whatever nonsense that is. But
The what?
my solar model, or
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
We were talking about it yesterday. But anyway, I was saying that the sun goes like up and down. It's a local sun. You know what I mean? Dwells
Oh,
about in the
solar
thermosphere.
models.
Yeah,
Yes.
solar models. Yeah, just whatever. It's something that can satisfy a number of different phenomena that we see, right? But I think as a result of this, being able to and that it's constantly fusing new particles that are later going to like basically streak back down in these. I guess that's what these comet like shooting stars are. Some I mean I don't know what is that to you. It's like
Dude,
an
that's a
accelerated particle,
mystery. It's a
isn't it?
mystery. But yeah, you met. I've
It's
heard
like
some
a firework,
interesting
basically.
theories that
Like,
basically the electrical phenomena constitutes the elements. It's
well, I
just
could
the
say that
beginning of
like
time.
because there's like let's say that the sun would be venting off some kind of like gaseous fume of like a precursor to a metal, and then eventually at some point, well, every month, right, it like gets into some kind of phase, and then it like ejects that back down as a shooting star
Ah,
seeing it on the plane. You know what I mean? That's what it looks
that
like.
is incredible.
Yeah. But and then say so that these kind of precursor materials can be mixed in with other ejecta from what the sun is like, which is like I think some kind of calcium construct from hydrogen, like fused basically because of the intense super hotness of it and the electrical amp and whatever the pressure is so super low up there, and just these conditions that we don't have like here is why it doesn't work like that. Right? I don't know, like different materials, different combinations. That they've got like different emergent like qualities, like at different pressures and different temperatures and stuff. So we know about that, but we don't know all the combinations of how these things work. I think whatever's going on up there is able to like take the hydrogens and just kind of string them together to what it's needed to be, as strong as it needs to be to hold like a certain amount of energy. And I think that's what the sun is containing, this kind of thing. But anyway, even if that's not all wrong, like that this local sun would be like venting off like other things that come out of the series of that. So from calcium, it's maybe fusing something, causing an oxide of something, or I don't know what, like a number of different processes, like unknown processes, I guess, could be going on that basically off gas something like a lithium cloud or like a cocktail of different things like in that chain series. Um, where it's just like directly fusing out like the hydrogen because it's such high temperatures, it's becoming like something else. It's like forming other Lego blocks, if you will.
No,
Sim-
you know what, dude? Like
simple
I nerd
molecules.
out.
Go ahead.
I geek out and nerd out on this stuff because I find it fascinating, and it never really occurred to me that the sun, through some electrical process, dielectricity or whatever, dude, if it's off gassing, right, or it's pooping out meteorites every month, and then the meteorites are flowing it, and maybe they do end up catching a certain current depending on their whatever, because these heavy metals, dude, they have different like vibrations, and maybe they'll catch like a wave. You know what I'm saying? Like you just caught a jet
I guess
stream.
so. If you like that, yeah, and then it sort of it begins like the sodium metal series, or it begins or that these ions like bind with sodium to become metal form, like that we find, because there's like we can take the same we can take anything that's a metal and turn it into like a white powderous form, right? So like that's not the metal form of it. What we know of it is like metallic. That's I don't know. There's something uh, different about that state change. So I'm not really sure if we fully understand how metals are, man. But sorry, I don't mean to go way too out here, but yeah, it would be that these meteor showers are just like where the that cloud is now condensed, and it's like just ejecting that back down, right? So as part of that, there'd be part of what the sun is, and then part of what the sun is would be some of this calcium. And it's, well, I guess my theory is that organic life is a result of like these like crystalline primary structures that are generated off the sun. So like that's where you get like puzzle pieces that can become things, because it's all kind of like, I don't know, part of that, the, I don't know. I guess I would call it like a solar firmament if I had to like put two words together real quick. But it's just made of a bed of crystal that can, because of, I don't know, it's just prime source material, and it's just like
So the
flakes off and comes back down to earth as little pieces that can like interact with other uh, um, like gene. It can switch genes on, or it can become other parts of other genes, or it can become parts of other bacteria or other things. I think it just kind of updates the system like that. It's dropping off little precursor fractals that become
so
what DNA is. Go ahead.
yeah, I just want to add a disclaimer that I'm not really a proponent of panspermia. So like I can see how people might believe in panspermia too, though, because that's kind of how what they believe. They believe that that meteorites are like the precursor to all things. That meteorites are the building life, the amino acids that we need for the DNA itself to function. The precursors can be found in the meteorite, making meteorites like primordial to all things, which there could be some truth to that, right? I'm not saying that there's not, but
What
then you
I,
can
I
get into
kind of
the
think
idea of
is like it's more
go
that
ahead.
like that in some way that the chirality of the molecule is like the anti shape to um, what's going to bind to it in terms of molecular encapsulation of and I don't know, man. It's like they're the anti-shape, you know what I mean? But I think they're being dropped like snowflakes, and I think they're like nano fine, and it'd be like impossible to detect them. It's, I think, an unfalsifiable type of idea I'm at here, but it's just that I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit heliocentric. It maybe, because I'm saying that organic life is generated in part by the deposition of these like unique precursor molecules that can become like formants of a DNA language. You know,
Yeah, yeah,
like
yeah.
here's a wheel, here's a leg. You know what I mean? It just drops them off, and then eventually like the more fine parts of this aggregation like occur, and to where it's like it becomes something that's workable and it can generate, and maybe it can only generate in a small form, or like in an insectoid form or something, or maybe it refines its code over time. I don't know, maybe it's possible that you know life does have its own will to improve, and to find its best form. Like, don't you think that that's, I
I
mean,
mean,
without
no.
no, you don't think so?
Well, it's okay. So order out of chaos, right? The idea that the universe came to be through a level of self-assembly, right? It's
Just
that's
attack them.
not
I don't actually subscribe to chaos as possible.
okay. So what I'm trying to say is basically, I do believe also in irreducible complexity, and the idea that everything existed the way it exists at one point from the get. You understand? Like there might have been some micro evolution, but the idea of macro evolution, even at the the molecular level, the atomic level, I'm not so convinced that that's how the universe began. You know what I mean? I still need more evidence, but I know that there was definitely processes uh, that took a long time. That's for sure. But I'm conflicted on the idea that everything came from like a minute particle, and it slowly either fast or slowly evolved over time to the periodic table that we have today. You know what I mean? Like, how long did that process take? What if it was all created at the same time? You know what I'm saying? It could be so much more insane.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I just don't know, like, what, I mean, hmm.
So like these
Yeah.
asteroids that do have the precursors for amino acids, right? It is amazing. But that's not, to
I
me,
did
that's
not
not
know that.
totally convincing, you know.
Well, yeah, I just think it's like, you know, this whole thing that we live inside of is a pretty eternal thing. I mean, you know, you take out the internet and automobiles, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's an eternal kind of system. So it's got to be built in these like unfuckable ways, basically. Like, um, what's ever present is going to be like, you know, these constituents of material, and they kind of set the balance for the ocean, the air, the clouds, you know.
But it could be the case that that whatever's up there, and I imagine like sparks going off, electrical sparks, um, like static electricity. And every time it happens, that you know, in these environments where it's like incredibly cold or incredibly hot, right? And the pressure is different. Maybe you have a reconstitution of the elements. You know, like maybe they're constantly just being created all the time, but just a product of nature, I guess. You know.
So, yeah, there's like this rate that it's going to be propagating, you know, maybe more years than other years, maybe different series things might happen at different times. I don't know. It could, right?
And then they float over here,
It's
right?
it's well, I mean,
And they come
it's
down.
like it's moving over this equator, so like there could be like this positive and negative kind of like thing where it's like, you know, kind of making certain things one place and certain things another place. You know, where because of the shaping of that like ion, basically. Yeah. Like what, I don't know. Then other types of like biological um processes can happen that or that can change the chemistry, that can fuse things together, leave other depositions after it, you know. Or in the case of life, you only need like but one molecule, right? And then you can have all these like physiological processes that evolve and become, well, not evolve, but like that evolving material and a waste, basically. um, right? That become like depositions that later can become metals and things and be reduced back down. But like just the organic propagation of like just say fish over, I don't know, but given like 1,000 years or something, you know, it can begin to form like a deposit of a certain type of material concentration, you know, just because of the organic shedding and waste and dead fish and poop and stuff like that. Or the trees, you know, will, I don't know, sequester carbon in the soil, and that, you know, this can like blend with other minerals and yeah, form like a molecular sort of
There,
cohabitation.
there's evidence scripturally that everything came from the waters, right? But it's weird because so for a while, it was just water. Then he separated the waters from the waters and made like these areas of air. Like that's what we have in atmosphere, right? Or in atmos. And then after he did that, the land came out of the waters, right? So after he created the atmosphere, it was just an ocean. And there was no land, and then the land came through the water, and then dry land appeared, but it was still desolate. It had no life on it, no true life. It's still an inanimate object, rocks and stuff. And then all of a sudden, life came to be on that earth, on that crust, the Eretz. And then from the waters came all kind, like the waters that were already present as the oceans, came all kinds of life, dude. That literally, even birds. It says the scriptures say birds came from the waters. And plants, I'm pretty sure did too. I don't know. Let me see. I forget. It's been a while. But and then we came from the dust of the earth, dude. We didn't come from the waters directly. We came from the dust.
Like I don't know. Sometimes like there's like dry lightning, where there's no rain or whatever. But like where that lightning happens, we can't really like put a glass beaker around the whole thing and measure it. But do you think that some of this lightning is turning into like material, like when it's like just arcing, like that there's just like a powder residue left over from a lightning strike, like just because of the intense amount of power that's going through the air, but it's actually fusing some of the air into minute other things.
I mean, I'm not entirely sure, but it definitely creates areas of ozone, or not? Yeah, ozone.
Like it's rarefying some things, but because there's like an amount of nitrogen in the air and other impurities, like let's say like but the oxygens would be free to like bind with other things too. I don't know, just
Ozone is good for the environment. You get some oxygen 3 or whatever they call it, and it cleanses the air. It makes things smell fresh. It has a cleaning. It does have a cleaning effect. I love thunderstorms.
I don't know. I'm just saying like that. Yeah, like I don't know, for just for the idea of it, like that really kind of every lightning strike, I think could be a chance for like carbon in the atmosphere to combine with other things in the atmosphere. Yeah. And if this is like a particle that can be sort of a cradle to a molecule that's like a molecular, I don't know, like something alive, that I guess that's my notion of how you could even have organic like life. I don't know, in all of its like dimension, because this I don't know, the accidental idea of it, the created part of it. I mean, you know, it's got such a like dynamics and shape and scale, symmetry. You know, these are like almost crystal like imprints. That are occurring, and then they keep occurring and propagating. So that's a bit like where we have if we were trying to replicate sapphire, you take a chip of sapphire and you put it in the slurry of what sapphire is, the composition of it. But if you don't have that chip of it for the rest of the thing to imprint around that matrix, it's not going to be sapphire.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
They just need like a little chip of it, and then they can like make more of it. And I mean, it's a little bit like this organic molecule that just kind of propagates life, you know, that makes more fish and more rabbits and more people, you know, more trees. It's like you need such a small amount of it, right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, you need the genetic, the information, and that's what I was gonna go. So that I was listening to his doctor the other day. Get his name. I think it's a doctor. Here, I'll find his name right now. Give me 1 second. But he was talking about how like the advancement. Pretty sure he's a astrophysicist, whatever he is, dude. Right? He talked about information and how when evolution first came out, or when people first started studying bacteria and cells, they had a very ignorant idea of what life was. They thought it was just like a simple lipid membrane, or like some goo, right? They didn't really have any understanding of the complexities of the cell and the inner workings of the cell. They thought it was like just some blob. And then they developed their ideas of evolution and this and that. But then, science is now making a full circle. And actually, a lot of professionals, even though the media might not seem like it, a lot of professionals are not questioning, the conventional theories. And this stuff's actually being challenged in universities. There was a in England that had like a gathering of the world's smartest, most English intellectuals. No, but it just it honestly was some of the world's smartest people from all different backgrounds, and they I think they gather at Berkeley or wherever they gather, right? And dude, this is what they were talking about. They were debating this stuff, and because DNA obviously is insane. This whole idea with junk DNA has already been debunked, and then now they're looking at other things about the fabric of the universe, and they're realizing that this stuff had a design, and the complexity of the information that they're finding encrypted within its theory. Because like everything that it's funny, this guy was talking about everything that Whitsitt talks about. Like he talked about Newton and his Principia, and he went like, I was like, wow, like this guy sounds like Whitsitt. But he started talking about like astronomy and all the different, how like all scientists of that era were all theists, and the reason they even studied science, the reason they even wanted to know about the workings of existence, is because of their theological backgrounds, gave them the motivation to search these things out. So a lot of the science that we have today was actually advanced by theists, where now science is anti-theist for the most part. But long story short, dude, this guy, he lays it out like I've never heard before, and he just points out all the inaccuracies that we've been taught, and how. Anyways, yeah, I'm just monologuing. Go ahead, dude.
I mean,
Describe.
there's a Rupert Sheldrake book where he talks about the relations between a Franciscan, there's a Dominican friar, Saint Thomas Aquinas. I don't know how to say it right, but it basically like links a lot of the early quantum questions to the sort of, it's theological, it's sort of pseudoscientific, but just this idea of, I think even the angstrom is related to this question of just like, how many angels on the head of a pin. And because it's really, he's talking about like light theory in a way, but relating it to angels. This is so there's sort of a theological backdrop to what the quantum questions are, and in a way that I think that's why it's a bit of a clergy. I think it's a sect of physics and theory of quantizing these things. Yeah, what do you think about all that?
Yeah, so like people have used that saying to kind of mock theists, or ironically, because it's something that you can't prove. You know, so how many angels are at the pin of a needle? Like, well, obviously, nobody can answer that. So some of these things are unanswerable, and they kind of use that against you too, because I come from a perspective where I assert my position with no evidence, and that's, I'm a mocking stock, because in today's world you need empirical evidence for your basis, and that's why you have materialists in the first place. Because they only go as far as material will allow them to go, and that's where their brain ends and stops, which is it's kind of sad, because it doesn't leave any room for a childlike imagination of hypothesis, and that's what true science is, bro. It's hypothesis. That's where it starts, and philosophy.
Yeah, it's
And
fine.
you take philosophy away and hypothesis away. What are you left with?
Yeah, I just basically mean it's almost like it's like the work of Einstein is in a way lifted from St. Thomas Aquinas and then recontextualized in a more modern formal understanding, I guess. It's a bit of rehashing of something that's a bit more ancient, I guess, for lack of a better way to say it.
In the scriptures, it talks about that people will be basically led astray by science, so called. Right? In science, when you look up the word science, where it comes from, it's like the acquirement of knowledge. But it's science so called because it's knowledge as of right now, but it can always change with new evidence that is brought to the table. And I guess that's just the way it is. But there's a fundamental flaw with that, is that basically you were wrong. You know what I'm saying? And
Like Ptolemaic epicycles are still true today, and they were true then. It's just we don't utilize them because we have something that we use in place of it in favor to it, because it's more translatable system. Like the system we have is developed. It's developed, but I don't know. The cycle and epicycle concept still works. It's just not. It's like deprecated. It's like older function that we use something else in place of it to do any kind of deterministic like yeah. Our calculus is based on a different type of data set, but you're still going to know that it's part of it. I mean, it makes sense that even something like the Antikythera mechanism could be having something to do with these cycle and epicycles. If that was like something, if it was made in that area. Anyway, man, yeah.
yeah, so like I'm the thing is, I have a dilemma, and it's these logical fallacies that exist, and in order to really understand existence, you actually have to commit the fallacy of appeal to authority.
So that's the number one logical fallacy that you should commit, is appeal to authority.
Unfortunately, it is the way that it's the way that I've used to determine reality. It's all I can do, because my own senses are flawed, and my understanding is flawed, and I have to acquire that from a source that is supposed to be wiser than me, right? And I do that with the word, but I know modern scientism, they do it with, they modern academia or the scientific consensus is thrown around that word consensus, that's fallacy to that's ad populum or majority, fallacy because you apply basically align with the majority consensus. So either way, you're committing a fallacy.
Like, yeah, and the thing I was talking about before, like with what I guess my theories are, like I try to build them off of whatever, like I can, that's already sort of, it seems like, why would they lie about where the gases change, like what concentrations they change at, or that they do change, or that there are temperature indexes that are changed, or that there's different solar rate, like where I can find those things. I mean, why should I question those? And if I don't, like it's I don't know, it's just easier that way. So yeah, kind of appealing to authority, but also just like appealing to consensus, or it's just lazy. Yeah, but what am I gonna do otherwise? Like go measure it myself, and then what? Like
True,
argue
very
with
true.
consensus
That's very true, dude.
about the veracity of
We
my
all have
findings?
to, unless you do the experiments yourself, every single one that you've ever read.
Well, it's not even enough that I do it. I have to like basically franchise the equipment, get it to like 10 different people, have them test it out, and then I
Oh
can
my
like say,
goodness.
right now I could say, yeah, my atmospheric findings are right, or no, we've got all these differences now. Oh, what do we do? Conundrum, so
So,
bleh.
yeah, that's a very valid point. So either way, you still have to appeal to authority, which is a logical fallacy. So that right there should show you that whole philosophy is flawed. This is a great example of how the scriptures are wiser than our understanding, because man has come up with these so-called the logical fallacies. But show me a verse of that logical fallacy, right? You won't find it, because that whole idea of logical fallacy, some of them apply for debate tactics, to learning how to debate and learning how to uh, acquire proper knowledge, because you don't want to be also deceived by the world. So it does have some understanding, but the thing is, it's flawed. Like, the fact that you mentioned calibration is hilarious. Like, well, I don't know if you actually said calibration, but like, you'd literally have to send your tools out to get checked to make sure that they're accurate and get it certified. Like, you gotta, because if you really want to be like empirically true, peer-reviewed journals, you want all your tools to be calibrated and certified and notarized that they were calibrated, right? And then do your experiment yourself to see if the results are consistent and repeatable. Who's actually doing that, dude? You're just reading stuff, right, online, most of us, or go to the library. Either way, you're appealing to either consensus or authority. So that's a valid point. You got
Go with
lobbyists.
I'll just go with it. Like 78 is the world 78% water. We could quote that, but who's counting it? Anyway, is the air 78% nitrogen?
You gotta go check that, bro.
I don't know.
Check that.
Well, it's got to be like higher up when you're underwater, right? If you're all on the SpongeBob SquarePants of it. If you're at the bottom of the ocean, you're soaking up more nitrogen than you would if you were. Is that because of density in the? I don't know. Like, what is happening?
It's
Barometric pressure is shoving it into your body. like I don't know, a pressure gradient, right? Like we always think that that's just starting from the earth going up, but it's really starting from like below sea level to create the pressure ballast to create a pressure floor, you know. So it's part of the stack of things that matter. You know what I'm saying? And you're gonna have like different ways that I don't know. It's just diffusion of gases is gonna happen. What nature that is at different elevations, different climates, different environments. Stuff like yeah, if you're at sea level, things are gonna work a certain way. Below sea level, things are gonna work a certain way. The further north you go, you know, um, the elevation index is going to be a little different as far as like where the cloud line will be. I don't know, man. I've been up in
Where
like
did you,
Nova Scotia driving, like not high off the water, but there's like you're driving through clouds for sure, you know.
you're in Nova Scotia right now?
No, I have been,
Oh,
and you know, it's just like it's just I don't know, it's just different right there.